Chapter 113. Bai Qiu was already a musical sorcerer in the Dharma plane, and Yi Futian was only in the 7-starred glory plane. It would be difficult enough to just catch up to Bai Qiu's current level in the span of 1 or 2 years. Musical sorcerers should indeed enter the Qin clan for cultivation. Yi Futian looked at Bai Qiu with a peculiar expression. This was his second offer to Yi Futian. The first was to offer him a position as his musical attendant. This second time, even though he now had a better impression of Yi Futian, one could still hear from his tone of voice that Bai Qiu still felt superior to Yi Futian. With your current attainments, you might be equal to me after 1 or 2 years in the Qin clan? Did Yi Futian need 1 or 2 years? And must he enter the Qin clan in order to do so? Just as he was about to reject the offer, a rough, irritated voice said, "Will you shut up?" Everyone turned their eyes over to the origin of the voice, and saw Yu Shang standing atop the black winged eagle in the skies. He looked at Bai Qiu with an icy expression. Last time when Bai Qiu had asked Yi Futian to be his musical attendant, Yu Shang was already pissed. Now that Bai Qiu was showing his superiority over Yi Futian once again, Yu Shang could not hold back anymore. To others, Bai Qiu's offer might have been a sign of his approval towards Yi Futian. The basis of that assumption was that even they thought Bai Qiu was better than Yi Futian. However, Yu Shang had the exact opposite opinion. To Yu Shang, Bai Qiu's offer was a blatant insult to Yi Futian, and the reason why he was so irritated. Many people gave Yu Shang strange looks. On the other hand, members of the Qin clan did not have a good expression on their faces. Bai Qiu was a representative of the younger generation members of the Qin clan. Outside of the clan, Bai Qiu was a representative of the clan's reputation. In their eyes, Bai Qiu admired Yi Futian's abilities and thus invited him to join the Qin clan, but was berated by Yu Shang. Even though your talents are impressive and is incredibly strong, to speak like that is still a little out of line. Bai Qiu did not say anything in reply to Yu Shang's outburst. It was another member of the Qin clan who spoke. Scram! Yu Shang said nothing else. He did not want to waste his breath. The young clan member glared at Yu Shang. How could he be so rude? The things he says are just as crazy as the way he fights. Everyone looked at Yu Shang. He was talking to members of the Qin clan and particularly, at the clan's Dharma plane prodigy Bai Qiu. He really did not show them any respect. Bai Qiu did a once-over of Yu Shang and smiled. Then, he turned to say to Yi Futian, "I extended an offer to you out of the kindness of my heart. If you were not interested, then so be it. However, we are at the Fenghua banquet in the presence of the emperor. Your friend is truly lacking proper etiquette." Yi Futian's pupils contracted slightly. Bai Qiu was insinuating that Yu Shang had no respect for the emperor. Lifting his head to look at Bai Qiu, Yi Futian smiled and said, "Will you shut up?" The same question Yu Shang asked. Yu Shang was only enraged because it regarded Yi Futian. Even if he was in the wrong, Yi Futian would not take any other side in front of outsiders. Besides, Yi Futian also did not like Bai Qiu much. In the huge venue, many people watched Yi Futian. These people were really interesting. Bai Qiu and the members of the Qin clan were rendered speechless by Yi Futian utterance. Although Bai Qiu still had a smile on his face, everyone could tell that it was an awkward smile. "I'll see you on the Fenghua platform," said Bai Qiu coldly. He said nothing more after that. Yi Futian did not care. A gust of wind brushed over Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The two of them were lifted into the air, and onto the back of the black winged eagle. Yi Futian glared quickly at Yu Shang. Does this guy know how to keep a low profile? Yu Shang gave him a carefree smile. It was a good-natured smile, unlike his ferocious self a while ago. The battles continued and participants joined non-stop. There were indeed many prodigies in the crowd. After the 7-starred glory plane cultivators were done, it was time for the higher-level cultivators. 8-starred glory plane, 9-starred glory plane, the battles were getting more and more intense. More and more extremely talented people emerged. Disregarding natural gifts and talents, if one was in a higher plane, it would be easier to get noticed by the emperor. Yi Futian and the rest stayed on the black winged eagle's back as they continued to observe the battles. Inwardly they thought, the Fenghua banquet is indeed a gathering of talents in the Kangyi kingdom. Some participants were indeed very outstanding. Yi Futian took notice of an 8-starred glory plane participant. It was a girl beautiful and pure. She was not lacking in comparison to Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao. The reason why she stood out to Yi Futian was her occupation class. She was a conjurer but also an inscriber. During the battle, she was able to simultaneously display her talents in both classes through drawing. Her name was Hua Zhixin. As soon as she appeared on the battle platform, she was the center of attention. Spectators began to discuss about. It seemed that she was pretty well known. Of course, the Kangyi Kingdom's number beauty, Lin Yueyao, received more attention when she appeared because she was more attractive. Besides these two participants, there were others in the glory plane who stood out from the rest, but none that attracted as much attention as the two beauties. After everyone in the glory plane was finished, it was already almost dusk. Next, it was time for the Dharma plane cultivators. There was nowhere as many Dharma plane participants as there was in the glory plane. There were only a couple hundred people, and most of them were first-level Dharma plane cultivators. The battle between Dharma plane cultivators was far more ferocious than that of the glory plane cultivators. When all participants began to release their realization of Dharma, everything became a blur for the audience. Especially because it was a chaotic battle between so many people. It was a truly thrilling scene. Every individual battle was enough to get people's hearts racing. Yi Futian paid close attention to the Dharma plane battles. He also took notice of Bai Qiu's battle. Bai Qiu was arrogant, and rightfully so, because he did possess the gifts and talents. During the battle, he stayed to one side and played a piece. No one was able to even get close to him, and this was what made him stand out amongst everyone else. Besides Bai Qiu, several of the Dharma plane students from Kangyi College were also very powerful. There was also a young man who people called Young Lord. His sword skills were eye-opening. Yi Futian had his name memorized. Yi Wuxian. They shared a surname. Finally, after all battles had ceased, only a little over 200 of the initial 10,000-plus participants had passed. They were allowed to continue competing in this year's Fenghua banquet. The night had fallen and the skies were now pitch black, but outside the imperial palace, the lights illuminated the Fenghua platform. The emperor stood from his throne and everyone followed suit immediately. A figure walked out from beside the emperor and said with a smile, "His Majesty has set up a feast in the imperial palace. All participants who have passed today may follow His Majesty into the palace." Everyone nodded lightly. It was a banquet after all, there must be a feast. Besides, during the battles, those of true talent were able to share a meal with the emperor. It would be a formal and official meeting with the emperor. That was why they must filter out only the best of the best in this first round, and why there were only 200 some people left from over 10,000 participants. Yi Futian and his friends traveled to the back of the crowd and arrived in front of Hua Fenglu and the rest. He said, "Master, we're going to head into the imperial palace. Once the dinner is over, we'll head back to the inn." "Go," smiled Hua Fenglu. There was no need to worry. The emperor of the Kangyi Kingdom seemed to be an open-minded person. His reason for holding the Fenghua banquet was to search for talented cultivators. Naturally, there was no need for Hua Fenglu to worry about anything happening to the trio in the palace. Yi Futian turned back and the three youngsters walked towards the imperial palace. The emperor left first in his carriage. The participants had others to lead the way. Passing the Fenghua platform was the Fenghua Gate. After that was a straight road to the imperial palace. The palace architecture had its own unique style. The large group was led into the royal garden. The environment was extremely beautiful, extravagant but not lacking elegance. The emperor and empress were already waiting in the garden. Everyone approached to bow and make their greetings. No need to be too formal, just treat this as a regular family dinner. "Sit as you please," smiled the emperor. Then, he took his own seat with the empress. Only then did everyone take a seat. Everyone had their own small table. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu and Yu Sheng all sat at their own tables. Today was the beginning of the Fenghua banquet. Everyone present now is the pride of the younger generation in the Kangyi Kingdom. You guys are the future of our country. The empress and I toast to you all. The emperor lifted his wine glass and everyone followed right after. When the Fenghua banquet comes to an end, I know that not everyone will be pleased with the results. However, to have reached this point, you already proved your talent. Even if you are unable to advance after tomorrow, please do not be discouraged, said the emperor. Everyone seated below was of the younger generation and not suited to have conversation with the emperor, so they just sat and listened. The emperor continued with a smile, "I know that you guys won't be able to let loose with me here. I will let these youngsters stay to socialize with you guys and I'll take my leave now. No one is allowed to leave too early today or else it will hurt my pride." After he finished, the emperor left with a smile, the empress following alongside him. However, the two princes and the two princesses stayed behind. The people present today could very well become important people in the Kangi kingdom. It would not hurt for the princes and princesses to become acquainted with them early on. This was another purpose of tonight's feast. "Alright, now that father has left, you guys can let loose," laughed a prince. Everyone laughed as well, and there was a change in the atmosphere. The princes and princesses were of a similar age as everyone seated at the dinner. There was no need to be overly formal amongst a group of all youths. After all, they were all cultivators with outstanding gifts and talents, so compared to ordinary people, they were not as awestruck by royalty. "This is my first time to see Goddess Lin Yueyao at such close proximity. You are indeed a beauty previously only seen in paintings," the prince complimented Lin Yueyao. "She is indeed the #1 beauty of Kangi Kingdom." "It's not just rumors," said a person in the crowd. "It's simply a title others have given me as a joke. Your Highness had overpraised me." Lin Yueyao replied with a hint of a smile. "In a moment like this, how can we not have some music?" asked a gentle voice. It was one of the princesses. She looked towards Baiqiu and Yi Futian. Both musical sorcerers were extremely handsome, gentlemanly, and talented. "The music of the Qing clan is not suited for this atmosphere. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you, princess," smiled Baiqiu. However, during today's Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian played and Hua Jieyu danced. They complemented each other so well, truly a match made in heaven. "Why don't you guys take this chance to impress everyone with your performance?" Everyone at the venue smiled at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Earlier today, the trio really did steal the show with their abilities. Furthermore, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were obviously a couple. Their collaborative performance during the Fenghua banquet was just too pleasing. Chapter 114. Baiqiu smiled while looking in Yi Futian's direction, but it faded quickly. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yu Sheng were enjoying the food and hadn't even glanced at him. "The emperor's banquet is so nice with great food and wine. Fox, eat your fill," Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu with a smile. "Okay." Hua Jieyu smiled back while Yu Sheng stared at them in annoyance. Baiqiu's smile froze on his face. Was he ignored just like this? Princess Yilingxi was around the same age as Yi Futian. She gazed at Yi Futian's handsome side profile, her lips seeming to curl into a smile. "This guy is too bad," she thought. She obviously knew that Baiqiu was trying to make things difficult for Yi Futian, but what was more embarrassing than being ignored? It was even worse for someone of Baiqiu's status. Everyone else looked over. Some were looking for the drama. Others thought that Baiqiu was looking for trouble for himself. After all, they had already had conflicts at today's Fenghua banquet. If he targeted Yi Futian now, the youth obviously would not treat him with respect. However, Yi Futian's response was a bit special. Or rather, he didn't respond at all. Of course, some others thought that Yi Futian was too conceited. After all, Baiqiu was at the Dharma plane and was the representative of the Qing clan. He had been taunted by Yu Sheng and Yi Futian for his invitation earlier. Now he spoke but was ignored. Furthermore, it was the princess who spoke first. "If someone asks a question, you should reply no matter what your answer is," a voice said. The speaker was one of the Kangi College students. There were many talented students of Kangi College. 8 were present at the banquet. Sun Xia, whom Yi Futian knew, was here too, but she wasn't the one who spoke. Instead, it was the even more talented Yu Jiang. He was one of those who didn't like Yi Futian. After all, Baiqiu was someone at his level. Yi Futian put down his wine and looked around. His gaze landed in the direction of the Kangi College. He had met Yu Jiang at the college. The day of the pretest, Sun Xia had pointed out Yu Jiang and Baiqiu, saying that they were popular contenders of the Fenghua banquet. Yi Futian looked directly at Yu Jiang. He watched as the other lifted his glass and sipped it without breaking the eye contact. In Yu Jiang's eyes, Yi Futian's group was talented, but they were too arrogant. "Are we close?" Yi Futian's smile was more like a smirk. Of course not, and I don't wish to be either. Yu Jiang set down his wine. But since the princess invited you, shouldn't you respond? It's all right. It was just the spur of the moment, Yi Lingxi said, seeing that the mood was off. Her beautiful smile was like a spring breeze that blew away a bit of the awkwardness. Princess, your tolerance is impressive, but some people think too highly of themselves, Yu Jiang continued. This is the banquet held by the emperor, but some come with veiled faces. This is too self-conceited. Even Lin Yueyao, the top beauty of Kangyi, is not like this. He was obviously targeting Hua Jieyu. My father said earlier that this is just like a family banquet. There is no need to feel restricted and there is no need to push others, Prince Yi Danshan said, seeing that Yu Jiang still wouldn't let the matter go. They were all proud people and rivals at the Fenghua banquet. It was natural that there would be some conflicts. This further tested their reactions and processing abilities. Seeing that both a princess and prince had spoken, Yi Futian couldn't be too disrespectful. He smiled at Princess Yi Lingxi and said, Indeed, I know a court dance and I am willing to play it for you. With that, Yi Futian walked out alone. He came to the peach trees behind the banquet and sat down with crossed legs. As for Bai Qiu's suggestion of having Hua Jieyu dance and what Yu Jiang said about the veil, he ignored both of them. He respected the princess but not those two. His Guqin spirit appeared. A graceful melody traveled into everyone's ears, pulling everyone into the artistic conception of the song. The melody of the White Feathers Garment was a superb court dance song and suited the current atmosphere. As the music played, the mood became more natural. Drinking under the festive atmosphere, many people were involuntarily influenced. This piece makes me feel that all the court dance songs from the past were nothing, Yi Danshan praised. However, it feels like something is missing. This is a dance song. It is naturally missing a beauty, Bai Qiu said with a smile as he glanced at Hua Jieyu again. But the beauty refuses to entertain us. Yu Shang stood up, his expression extremely cold. Bai Qiu was stirring trouble. The music was affected as well, growing cooler. Seeing this situation, Princess Yi Lingxi smiled and said, If there are no complaints, I can embarrass myself a little. Shock flashed past everyone's eyes at these words. Would the princess dance personally? Princess, no, Yu Jiang said. How could a princess dance for Yi Futian? I was just joking. The princess mustn't take it seriously, Bai Qiu said. I am suddenly in the mood to do so. The music is so beautiful that someone must dance for it. Why can't I? As Yi Lingxi spoke, she walked up to Yi Futian. Her long dress fluttered as she danced. Beautiful, Yi Danshan praised while everyone was still shocked. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the dancing princess Yi Lingxi and the music performer Yi Futian. Under the moonlight, peach blossoms covered the ground around them like a painting. If news of today's banquet spreads, it will become a beautiful legend, someone said. Many nodded in agreement. Before, they'd thought that the princess would be lowering herself by dancing. Now they realized that it was a type of grace and this performance was indeed beautiful. Miss Jixin, would you be able to add some color to this scene? Yi Danshan asked Hua Jixin. Hua Jixin smiled and walked to the peach trees. Using her hand as a brush, she gathered the spiritual qi into various spiritual birds. Cuckoos, cranes, and phoenixes flew in the air. They circled Yi Futian and Yi Lingxi, instantly making one feel that they were looking at a painting of fairies. This should not exist in the human world. So beautiful. Lin Yueyao could not help but praise this either. Yi Futian was extremely handsome and seemed to glow while playing the guqin. With the princess dancing for him in Jixin's painting, the sight was mesmerizing. At this moment, Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang looked uncomfortable. They didn't like Yi Futian, so they had him perform. They didn't expect for this to become something beautiful. Bai Qiu especially was thinking that if he were the one playing right now, it would be a gorgeous sight. When the song ended, everyone was still intoxicated by the melody. Yi Futian's guqin spirit disappeared. Yi Lingxi looked at him, her eyes sparkling. The music was stunning. Princess, your dancing was beautiful as well, Yi Futian said with a smile. I must have you teach me this song in the future, Yi Lingxi replied and then walked into the crowd. Hua Jixin nodded lightly at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled in reply and returned to his spot. He gazed at the crowd and saw Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang staring at him coldly. His lips curled into a smirk. He had performed well at the Fenghua banquet and both Yushang and Hua Jieyu were outstanding. But Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang still wanted to trouble him. They probably thought that the trio was in a lower plane and still looked down on them. Hopefully, this sense of superiority would survive until after the Fenghua banquet. Your Highness, Yi Futian called. Everyone looked over at him and he smiled. There are seniors at home waiting for us to return. I have played a piece so now I must excuse myself. All right. Yi Danshan smiled and nodded rather than stopping him. If Yi Futian stayed, there might be more conflicts. It would be better if he left. See you tomorrow, Yi Lingxi added. Yi Futian nodded subtly and said, See you at the Fenghua platform. No one knew if he said this to the princess or someone else. After that, the three rose and left. Someone helped them out of the palace. Under the moonlight, the three climbed onto the black-winged eagle to return. Was it nice to have the princess dance for you? Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian. When we get back, I'll play a piece and you dance for me. It'll be prettier, Yi Futian said, laughing. Sure. Hua Jieyu smiled but Yi Futian got a bad feeling from her smile. The next morning, countless people gathered around the Fenghua platform. Yesterday, the Fenghua banquet had started. Thousands upon thousands of strong talents came from all over the Kangyi kingdom. Now, only 200 some were left, but they made the spectators much more excited. When Yi Futian's group arrived, many people were already there. The Qin clan, the Kangyi college students, the Demon clan, and various forces and nobles were all present. As if sensing something, Yi Futian glanced over and saw Bai Qiu smiling at him. He knew what the smile meant. Yi Futian looked away, ignoring Bai Qiu. The three continued forward, approaching the Fenghua platform to prepare for the battles. Carriages came from the direction of the palace. The emperor and empress came with the princes and princesses. They all sat in their seats. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi were there too, naturally. Yi Lingxi scanned the crowd and smiled at Yi Futian when she saw him. Yi Futian returned the smile and glanced at Hua Jieyu nervously. I'm being polite. What happened after they returned to the inn last night was unforgettable. I don't mind, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. Yes, I know, Yi Futian answered. Seeing Hua Jieyu's gentle smile, he almost believed her. At this time, many people rose to bow to the emperor but he waved his hand. No need for the customs. Please continue. The elder from the Kangyi college walked onto the Fenghua platform. He put the remaining bookmarks into a line. Next, a minority of these names would shine on the Fenghua platform and be known throughout the kingdom. Chapter 115. An elder from Kangyi College organized the bookmarks and pushed a line of them forward. Then, he looked up at the participants waiting in the skies above. Today's portion of the Fenghua banquet will be slightly different from yesterday's. The names I call now will be all those majoring in martial arts cultivation within the glory plane. When you step onto the Fenghua platform, you will do your best to demonstrate your true abilities. Even if you lose, there is still a chance that you might make it into the next round. Naturally, everyone understood what he meant. They were trying to filter out the best martial arts cultivator, using gifts and true abilities as determining factors. After that, the elder began to read names off of the bookmarks. One by one, participants headed for the platform. Of course, Yushang's name was also within the ones called. Yi Futian used wind sorcery to send Yushang onto the platform. In the group of over 200 people, there were 40 who were glory plane martial arts cultivators, and amongst them, a majority of them were either 8-starred or 9-starred glory plane cultivators. This was a large disadvantage for those in the 6-starred and 7-starred glory plane. After Yushang stepped onto the battle platform, many participants turned to look at him. It was obvious that they saw Yushang as a dangerous character. You guys fight first, said Yushang. He then turned and walked to stand quietly at a side of the platform. The air of superiority he gave off rendered everyone speechless. He was too arrogant. To make it to the second day, everyone must possess extraordinary talents. Even though Yushang had an explosive amount of strength, there were still some powerful 9-starred glory plane cultivators present. How dare he be so conceited? Yi Futian blinked and smacked himself in the head. It's my fault, he grumbled. In the air surrounding the Fenghua platform, everyone watched Yushang speechlessly. On the throne, even Emperor Yi could not help but chuckle as he looked at Yushang. This young man was indeed a little reckless, But then again, with abilities like Yu Shang's, what he did should not be considered reckless. The emperor looked forward to his performance. Yunzhua was a student of Kangyi College. He was actually a mandate sorcerer, but instead, he chose to major in martial arts cultivation. It was because his life spirit was a bit peculiar. It was a pair of golden wings. His life spirit gave him powers in two elements, metal and wind. He was prepared to gather Dharma realization of the wings because he couldn't take the sorcerer route. He was going to focus on martial arts and use sorcery as a supplement. Yunzhua of Kangyi College was also a strong contender for the Fenghua rank. However, there were still two of his senior brothers from Kangyi College present. They were both in the Dharma plane, which caused the spotlight on Yunzhua to dim considerably. Besides Yunzhua, Wu Quangren of the Demon Clan was also present. He was also a mandate sorcerer, but because his life spirit was a demon ape, it had immense strength. So, he chose to major in martial arts cultivation. Both Yunzhua and Wu Quangren were in the 9-starred glory plane. With them present, no matter how explosive Yu Shang's performance was yesterday, as a mere 7-starred glory plane cultivator, it seemed that he had no right to be so arrogant. After all, the opponents he faced the previous day were all in the 7-starred glory plane. Boom! Wu Quangren took a step forward, headed straight for Yu Shang. Everyone concentrated on this scene. In yesterday's battle, Yu Shang beat up the Demon Clan's young prodigy, Yun Di. Was Wu Quangren going to get revenge on Yu Shang today? Wu Quangren released his life spirit, and a fearsome silhouette of a demon ape appeared behind him. He clenched his fists and his body was immediately encapsulated by stone. With every step he took, it gave off a feeling of great pressure. Is Wu Quangren going to directly challenge Yu Shang? Everyone thought and stared at the large figure headed toward Yu Shang. Some of them shifted their attention to Yu Shang. What was his life spirit? With such explosive strength, it was only natural that people did not suspect that Yu Shang had no life spirit. To their disappointment, Yu Shang did not release a life spirit. He watched as Wu Quangren approached and a golden light surrounded his body like a deity. A roar came from the platform. Wu Quangren acted as if he were possessed by the demon ape. He lifted his large hand to slap down at Yu Shang. Wu Quangren wanted to see for himself just how strong Yu Shang was. Yu Shang's hand formed into a golden fist which seemed to have grown sharp thorns. The platform shook as he took a step and threw a punch at Wu Quangren. There was nothing flashy about their movements as they attacked. Everything was simple, direct, and violent. With a loud bang, the two crashed into each other. In that moment, a frightening flow of air appeared around them accompanied by the sound of whistling. The two young men stopped moving momentarily while the demon ape roared. Suddenly, Yu Shang threw his fists forward and broke past his opponent's palm, landing a punch on Wu Quangren's chest. With a crackle, Wu Quangren's defense was destroyed. He groaned in pain, backing up slightly but not letting himself fall. Boom! Yu Shang's foot stomped down on the ground. Both of his hands reached out to grab his opponent. At the same time, Wu Quangren also threw both fists at Yu Shang. However, everyone witnessed Yu Shang stop his advance by grabbing his arm with one hand, while the other hand pushed down on Wu Quangren's shoulder. Yu Shang had perfectly blocked his attack. In the next moment, spectators watched as Yu Shang lifted Wu Quangren into midair. He was swung around then flung off the Fenghua platform. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's true that Yu Shang was arrogant because he was impossibly strong, but what of it? The battles that ensued after that were strange in comparison. Yu Shang stood to one side, resting his eyes. The other participants fought their individual battles, not disturbing Yu Shang. That was until only Yunzhua of Kangyi College was left standing on the Fenghua platform. Behind Yunzhua, his golden wings appeared. The majestic wings carried him off the ground, into the air overlooking Yu Shang. Yunzhua had noticed that every time Yu Shang stepped onto the platform, he was sent down with the aid of Yi Futian's wind sorcery. This meant that Yu Shang did have a weakness. His strength could overpower everything. Even Wu Quangren, a 9-starred glory plane cultivator, was brutally defeated by Yu Shang in a battle of strength. This guy was born with superhuman strength. A row of golden spears formed in the air and charged toward Yu Shang on the platform. With one swipe of his arm, a flash of golden light appeared and blocked off the spears. Yunzhua raced toward Yu Shang like a flash of lightning. Yu Shang had hunched down and charged forward at an incredible speed. Everyone was frozen. Has he gone mad? Why was he running across the Fenghua platform so crazily? Just then they saw Yu Shang's right foot stomp down on the platform, and at the speed of light, he was propelled upward at Yunzhua, who was headed for him. Yunzhua is done for was the only thing that crossed everyone's minds. Everything happened too quickly. A second later, the sound of an explosion erupted in mid-air. Even though Yunzhua's wings were good for speed, there was no way he could avoid Yu Shang's attack. The audience watched as Yunzhua was thrown backwards by a single punch from Yu Shang. He was thrown so high into the air. His body was at a height greater than the emperor's throne. Boom! Yu Shang landed heavily on the platform. Countless pairs of eyes fell on him. Speechless. This freak. Sun Xia witnessed the brutal defeat of Yunzhua, a talented senior brother from Kangyi College, and stared at Yu Shang in utter confusion. How can a human body be capable of exerting such strength? The elder from Kangyi College were also speechless. After a slight delay he said, Yu Shang. Pass. Only Yu Shang. There were no other names announced. Not even Yunzhua of Kangyi College. With an outstanding martial arts cultivator like Yu Shang, the emperor would not need to consider any other martial arts cultivators in the glory plane. No one could compete with him. Everyone already had a feeling that Yu Shang had a very high chance of being picked by the emperor to enter the Fenghua rank. Yu Shang stepped off the platform. Next was the competition between glory plane sorcerers. Sorcerers of the 7 elements, as well as some spiritual sorcerers, were called to the platform. Hua Jieyu was one of them. However, Yi Futian was not called. Even though musical sorcerers were a type of spiritual sorcerer, they were still different. Yi Futian noticed that several musical sorcerers from the Qin clan as well as Beast Tamer Yundi were not called either. There must a third category of cultivators for the next round. Similar to the first, this second round consisted of some extremely talented people. Among them, 2 young women stole the spotlight, Lin Yueyao and Hua Jieyu. On the Fenghua platform, the 2 beauties stood opposite of each other. Although Hua Jieyu's full appearance had not yet been revealed, her aura and her eyes could not hide her beauty. Hua Jieyu and Hua Zhixin are probably the only 2 who can compare to Lin Yueyao, said someone in the crowd of onlookers. Yes, Hua Jieyu's talents are truly impressive. It must be a reflection of her looks. She must be a beauty, another person agreed with him. It's a shame that we already have Lin Yueyao in the Kangyi Kingdom. No one can steal her spotlight. You are very gifted, Lin Yueyao said to Hua Jieyu with a smile. It would be better if your level of cultivation was a little higher. Hua Jieyu looked at her calmly, spiritual qi whistling in the wind around her. Lin Yueyao. Hua Jieyu. Pass, shouted the Kangyi College elder. Everyone was shocked. They had both passed. It was as if the elders wanted to prevent the 2 ladies from a duel. Hua Jieyu was gifted but had a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. Perhaps the elders wanted to give her a chance to prove herself, so they kept her from battling Lin Yueyao for now. Lin Yueyao smiled and said, I'm really curious what you look like. As soon as she was done speaking, she lifted into the air and departed. Hua Jieyu did the same. Now it was time for the final battle of Glory Plane cultivators. The Kangyi College elder called out the names one by one. Musical sorcerers of the Qin clan, Beast Tamer Yundi of the Demon clan, Yi Futian and Conjurer Hua Zhixin stepped onto the Fenghua platform. They were all cultivators with specialties. Thus, they were placed in battle with each other. As Yi Futian stepped onto the platform, he immediately noticed the looks of malice he received from the musical sorcerers of the Qin clan. After his little clash with Bai Qiu at last night's dinner, it was only natural that the clan members would not take it easy on Yi Futian on the Fenghua platform. Musical sorcerer in the 7-starred glory plane, snickered a Qin clan member. He looked at Yi Futian and continued, musical sorcerers are very knowledgeable, especially those of the Qin clan. Even though we already know how this battle will end, as a musical sorcerer yourself, it would be an honor for you to get a taste of the Qin clan's musical sorcery. You won't have wasted the trip here. Yi Futian dumbfounded. He looked up at the clan member and smiled. I look forward to getting a taste of the Qin clan's musical sorcery, and to make an exchange with prodigy musical sorcerers as well. Chapter 116. Yi Futian wasn't lying. He truly was anticipating, but as to what he was anticipating, only he knew. He's still smiling, many people murmured. Seeing his smile, they all thought he was confident. This time Hua Jieyu couldn't fight with him. Yi Futian needed to face the opponent alone. As a musical sorcerer facing another musical sorcerer from the Qin clan, no one knew where Yi Futian's confidence came from. Earlier, Bai Qiu had thought highly of Yi Futian's talent in the Guqin studies, and invited him into the Qin clan, but it was only due to his talent. With the difference in planes, even if one's talent wasn't as high as Yi Futian, one could still defeat him easily. After all, the Qin clan's musical sorcery was the most orthodox in the Kangyi kingdom. There were not many people on the Fenghua platform. The earlier fight between the martial artists and sorcerers had ended, leaving only the ones with exceptional cultivation. There were 7 musical sorcerers from the Qin clan, 3 members of the Demon clan, the conjurer Hua Zhixin and Yi Futian. The last battle had the biggest number of people. After all, sorcerers from the 7 elements, as well as the spirit elemental, were all there. The 12 strong figures stood in the 4 corners of the Fenghua platform. They were respectively the Qin clan, the Demon clan, Hua Zhixin and Yi Futian. When they stood in their positions, everyone realized that the Qin clan was not the only ones who felt animosity towards Yi Futian. The Demon clan also did. Yesterday Yu Shang had defeated Yun Di, and today, he threw Wu Quangren off the Fenghua platform. They would have Yi Futian pay for this because they couldn't fight Yu Shang. Hua Zhixin felt this subtle feeling. She slowly walked over to Yi Futian and said softly, "Shall we team up?" Yi Futian looked at the beautiful girl beside him. They had worked together yesterday, but that time, Yi Futian was playing the guqin, Princess Yi Lingxi was dancing, and Hua Zhixin was painting. Today they would have to fight. Sure. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Seeming to feel something, he looked up at the black-winged eagle in the air. As expected, he saw a pair of smiling eyes. He felt wronged. This beauty had come to him. It wasn't his fault. Thinking of what happened last night, Yi Futian instantly felt unsettled. How could she leave halfway through? Thinking of Fox's sexy moves yesterday, Yi Futian was very depressed. Hua Jieyu was so cruel, and he must not fall for that trick again. "Miss Zhixin, this is not needed. We don't want to fight against you," the Qin clan youth from before said. His name was Su Mu and was a 9-star glory plane musical sorcerer. He was very talented. Other than Bai Qiu, no other Qin clan youth had a higher talent than him. "It's all right. We are here to fight, so there's no need for politeness." Hua Zhixin's voice was so soft and she felt so weak that no one could bear fighting her. "If that's the case, then I'm sorry." Su Mu didn't say anything more. Hua Zhixin was in the 8-star glory plane. She looked weak, but she was one of the popular contestants of the Fenghua banquet. How could she be weak? If they fought one-on-one, Su Mu didn't have the confidence to easily win against Hua Zhixin. Despite being in a higher plane, Guqin spirits appeared with a flash. The various musical sorcerers began playing at the same time. 2 types of melodies streamed out instantly. Yi Futian playing one, the Qin clan playing another song. Hua Zhixin knelt on the ground and used her hand as a brush. She began drawing on the ground with great focus. There was a unique charm to her when she was focused on it. At the same time, Yun Di of the Demon clan took out a leaf and blew with it. Some of the others whistled or played the flute. The sounds were very strange and demons began rustling in the air again. Hua Zhixin drew very quickly, much faster than Zhou Mu, whom Yi Futian had dealt with before. Her drawings were more realistic too, with heavier spiritual qi. Very soon, countless birds flew out of the ground. Some circled around her while others flew to Yi Futian, seeming to protect him. This made Yi Futian want to laugh and cry. Since when did he need a girl's protection? "I don't need it." Yi Futian smiled and glanced at Hua Zhixin. The cacophonous sounds came out of his guqin spirit. It was like a battlefield. "Aren't we working together?" Hua Zhixin looked up and smiled too. Then she lowered her head and continued drawing. At the same time, a continuous stream of demons flew to the Fenghua platform, charging toward Hua Zhixin and Yi Futian. The birds circling Hua Zhixin went to attack the demons while she continued drawing as if these things had nothing to do with her. A strange light shone in Yi Futian's eyes. His head was lowered so no one could see the terrifying storm brewing in his eyes. A strange spiritual energy poured into his music. When the wild demons attacked, the strange spiritual mark accompanied the music and rushed into the demons' minds. Something odd happened. When the demons approached Yi Futian, they just stopped. The violent demons became tame and sprawled on the ground quietly as if listening to his music. Many people froze. Yi Futian's music was so powerful and aggressive, like a battlefield. How could it tame the demons? Of course, they had no way of knowing that Yi Futian had two spiritual elemental life spirits. Other than being a musical sorcerer, he was also a beastmaster, rather than a beast tamer. Hua Zhixin's gaze went slack too, but then she continued drawing. Knowing that Yi Futian was okay, she summoned the birds back to her side and focused on the demon clan. Su Mu and the Qin clan were playing quietly. What had just happened was a bit odd, but this didn't disrupt their playing. Their music gradually intensified. The artistic conception was similar to Yi Futian's, and could bring people into a battlefield. Following that, there seemed to be arrows whizzing across the battlefield. They shot toward Yi Futian with amazing power, as if it could pierce one's mind. This time only Su Mu attacked. Though the others were playing, they didn't seem to want to attack Yi Futian together. Yi Futian played by himself. On the battlefield, soldiers with shields blocked the arrows. The spectators around the Fenghua platform listened to the music and had an extraordinary feeling. They seemed to be on a battlefield while two armies faced each other before them. Yi Futian's melody was the decree of the general. The melody played by Su Mu's group was Kill the Wolf. This song radiated with the intent to kill. Su Mu's song was highly aggressive. Thousands of arrows shot out at once to tear through everything. On the other hand, Yi Futian's song was like a general holding his ground. It was stable as a mountain. No matter how the enemy attacked, he would not move. Su Mu's song intensified. After the thousands of arrows, the soldiers began marching. Their spears pierced everything. Yi Futian's song was still on the defensive. If soldiers came, his would block them. He had a reaction for every action. The general was level-headed and the military was organized. No matter how Su Mu's song attacked, it could not break through Yi Futian's spiritual barrier. The two were at a stalemate. Su Mu's melody became a bit chaotic. In the artistic conception, the thousands of soldiers fought wildly, attacking without order. Yi Futian was still unmoved. When Su Mu's song became more and more chaotic, Yi Futian's song finally changed. It went from steady to resounding in an instant. The song of bloodshed shook the earth. Thousands of soldiers and horses charged like a flood. Everyone was immersed in the artistic conception instantly. Su Mu's presence was completely covered, and he seemed to be defeated. On the Fenghua platform, a terrifying gust of musical storm swept through, pressing toward Su Mu. It was about to sweep his body away. But at that moment, the other Qin clan disciples acted. Their music seemed to resonate with Su Mu's and erupted instantly. At that moment, the song Kill the Wolf exploded with shocking power. The restrained presence suddenly seemed to turn the tide. Many people's expressions changed. They could clearly see that Su Mu was not fighting Yi Futian alone anymore. The Qin clan was now working together. Su Mu was a musical sorcerer at such a high plane, but he was defeated by Yi Futian. Is there an advantage in numbers? Yi Futian smirked slightly and he stood up slowly. The Guqin spirit followed and floated before him. Yi Futian began walking forward. The music still grew stronger, wildly pressing forward. Everyone watched in shock as Yi Futian began walking toward the Qin clan. With each step, his imposing manner strengthened a bit more. The general had given the decree and now he would face the enemy. The Qin clan strummed the instrument strings wildly to resist the storm-like strength, but Yi Futian had gathered his strength. The decree of the general grew more powerful as it progressed. He had gathered his strength for so long, always on the defense. When the general gave the decree, everything was already set and could not be turned back. On the contrary, Su Mu had been attacking for so long to no success and his power weakened. Yi Futian obviously wouldn't give him the chance for a breather. Everyone watched as Yi Futian walked toward the Qin clan. He was so wildly arrogant, seeing no one at his level. One 8-star glory plane disciple of the Qin clan couldn't stand it anymore. He spat out blood and collapsed. With one down, the music grew more chaotic. After that, a second person, a third. They continued to collapse until only Su Mu was still holding on. Finally, Yi Futian waved his arm like the general giving the last decree to wrap up the tragedy. A storm swept by, injuring Su Mu's spiritual mind. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his power instantly weakened. The music stopped instantly. Yi Futian's Guqin spirit disappeared. He stood before the Qin clan disciples with a smile. The Qin clan's musical sorcery and disciples are just as the rumors say, he said lightly. Advice taken. Chapter 117. After hearing Yi Futian's words, everyone from the Qin clan had a darkened expression on their face. They were utterly humiliated. The spectators in the air looked at the handsome young man in shock. Yi Futian only had to play one piece to wipe out 7 powerful cultivators from the Qin clan. It was already humiliating enough that the highest level cultivator was in the 9-starred glory plane. The Qin clan's musical sorcery and disciples are just as the rumors say. How were the Qin clan members supposed to feel after Yi Futian said that? The worst thing was the way he said it. Yi Futian's tone was calm and peaceful. A smile was spread across his face. He made it look like he really meant what he said. A silent killer. Crawling up from the ground, Su Mu just wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. He knew everyone was staring at him. From this point on, whenever anybody would look at him, they would probably think of this battle. It was not hard to tell how Su Mu felt at this moment. Although you have won, there is no need to insult others. I admit that I still have a lot to learn, but you're not going to make it past this round either, said Su Mu, not forgetting to jinx Yi Futian. That's all right. To have been able to get a taste of the Qin clan's musical sorcery, I haven't wasted the trip here, smiled Yi Futian. Su Mu wanted to find a hole and hide. His expression darkened. This was a direct quote of what he had said to Yi Futian before the battle. A final jab. No one in the audience had anything to say, neither did Su Mu and the others. Actually, they were too humiliated to say anything else. In a gray mood, they all clumsily scattered off the Fenghua platform. To be honest, Su Mu had it coming. When they had first set foot on the platform, he first provoked Yi Futian. Yi Futian had not yet opened his mouth before Su Mu ran his. Su Mu was so sure that he would win. No one expected the battle to end this way. It was all because Su Mu was overly confident. As an occupation class, musical sorcery was different from the rest. It was much harder to make up for a difference in the level of cultivation. Plus, the Qin clan's musical sorcery was the most orthodox in the Kangyi kingdom. Su Mu was very confident that his musical sorcery was stronger than that of Yi Futian. Unfortunately, it was all a delusion. From in the air, Bai Qiu kept his eyes on Yi Futian. Yi Futian had defeated 7 of the Qin clan's best in this battle, hurting the clan's pride. Everyone else was thinking back at yesterday's conversation between Bai Qiu and Yi Futian. So this was the reason why Yi Futian rejected the offer to enter the Qin clan. If he was already able to defeat the members of the Qin clan, what was there to learn from them? At the thought of this, many people turned to look at Bai Qiu. If Yi Futian got the chance to battle against him, Bai Qiu would definitely try violently to get revenge on Yi Futian to reclaim the pride lost in this battle. Not far from Yi Futian, the battle between Hua Zhixin and the demon clan had also come to an end. The delicate figure remained quietly standing while the 3 cultivators from the demon clan, Yun Di included, had been defeated. Hua Zhixin and Yun Di were both named as strong contenders for the Fenghua rank. Both of them were extremely gifted. However, Hua Zhixin was of a higher cultivation level than Yun Di. Thus, the audience was not too surprised at this result, but it did give them a strange feeling that Yun Di had lost in both battles. In the first round of battles he met the freak Yu Shang and now Hua Zhixin. All they could say was that this young prodigy from the demon clan was simply too unlucky. Yi Futian, Hua Zhixin, pass, the elder announced the results. Prodigy Yun Di had been eliminated quicker than anticipated. To this, spectators could only let out a sigh. Yun Di had not even gotten the chance to be considered by the emperor. Yi Futian and Hua Zhixin met eyes and shared a smile. Then they left the Fenghua platform separately. The battle between those in the glory plane had concluded. Only 5 people had passed and received candidacy to be considered by the emperor for the Fenghua rank. These 5 were Yu Shang, Lin Yueyao, Hua Jieyu, Hua Zhixin, and Yi Futian. Unexpectedly, there were 3 beauties among them. People had also noticed that Yushang, Yi Futian, and Hua Jieyu were a group. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu seemed to be a couple, while Yushang and Yi Futian seemed to be extremely close as well. They were just like brothers. Yushang had previously yelled at Bai Qiu in anger for Yi Futian, telling him to shut up. Now all three of them have become a candidate for the Fenghua rank. It was pretty difficult not to take notice of them. It did not seem like they were from the Kangyi Kingdom's imperial city because otherwise, they would have received lots of attention early on. So, which prefecture of the Kangyi Kingdom were they from? Quickly, the people threw their questions aside. The battles between the Dharma Plane participants had begun. Only 5 people in the Glory Plane had passed, but there should be more to do so in the Dharma Plane. After all, they were in a higher plane, so they should higher cultivation. The battle between the Dharma Plane cultivators was extra thrilling. The more heated the battle got, the more certain people began to stand out. For example, young Lord Yi Wuxian. With an arrogant, cold demeanor, no one could get past the sword in his hand. What's more, he had not yet released his life spirit. Otherwise, he would have been even more frightening. Not even the prodigy-level Dharma Plane cultivators could withstand his sword. Besides Yi Wuxian, there was also Zhou Qianfan and Yu Jiang from Kangyi College, as well as Bai Qiu from the Qin clan. All of them were strong contenders for the Fenghua rank. Naturally, their performance would not be too shabby. They were all very outstanding and all passed, receiving candidacy for the Fenghua rank. In addition to these participants, others that had passed included 1 person from the Demon clan, 2 nobles, and 3 people who have come a long way outside of Kangyi City. All of them had put on a show-stealing performance. 5 from the Glory Plane and 10 from the Dharma Plane. The candidates for the Fenghua rank consists of a total of 15 cultivators. Among this group, 10 of them would enter the actual rank. The chances were high for everyone now, but it was also more difficult now. In this group of 15, Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yushang had the lowest level of cultivation. They were all 7-starred Glory Plane cultivators. People were amazed at this. If they weren't incredibly gifted, this would not have been possible. Out of the 3, Yushang was the strongest contender for the Fenghua rank. The emperor picked people not solely based on abilities but also gifts. From the group of 15 people, Yushang's gifts in martial arts stood out the most because it was different from the rest. People with special gifts like him were usually favored. On the other hand, people did not have high hopes for Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu's opponent might end up being Lin Yueyao. As the Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao was the best, regardless of looks or gifts and talents. With her shining so brightly, it was going to be difficult for Hua Jieyu to outdo her. The reason why Yi Futian wasn't favored was simple. Although he had outstanding gifts, he was a musical sorcerer. Amongst the cultivators in the same occupation class, there was Dharma Plane musical sorcerer Bai Qiu present. Yi Futian may very well be suppressed by him. There was no way the emperor would pick 2 musical sorcerers for the Fenghua rank. Because of this, the possibility that Yi Futian would be eliminated instead of Bai Qiu was very high. Besides, Yi Futian had previously insulted members of the Qin clan. Bai Qiu was going to pick on him for sure. After 6 battles, not too much time had passed. Emperor Yi looked up at the sky and then at the crowd. With a smile, he said, "After all that bustling, why don't we all take a rest? You guys can take this time to think about what request you want to make. Some of you need to be prepared when the time comes later today." Many people began to laugh. The top 3 on the Fenghua rank would get to make a request to the emperor. There was no way anyone would let go of an opportunity like this. They must try their best to fight for it. However, the chances of getting into top 3 would be much harder than getting into the top 10 out of the 15. Although these 15 were all the best of the best, not too many of them had absolute confidence they would make it to the top. After Emperor Yi finished speaking, he left in his carriage. The crowd remained outside of the imperial palace. It was not too long before noon. They were willing to wait where they were. Who would be picked by the emperor? Who would make it into the top 3, the place above all? Everyone started discussing. The skies about the platform became extra loud. Yi Futian and his friends arrived to join Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin. "Master, you will be healed very soon." Yi Futian smiled at Hua Fenglu. It seemed like he was sure that had top 3 in the bag. To heal Hua Fenglu had been Yi Futian's biggest wish. After the death of Elder Qin, His will to accomplish this wish became stronger. So when he heard that the Kangyi kingdom was holding the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian did not hesitate in his decision to participate. With a chance to request something from the emperor, it would be a waste to ask for my injuries to be healed. Hua Fenglu looked at his disciple. He obviously had no doubts about Yi Futian's abilities. If he really wanted to get into the top 3, he was for sure going to get in. The question was how much of his gifts was going to be exposed. Simply revealing his gifts as a musical sorcerer was enough to get him candidacy for the Fenghua rank. If Yi Futian revealed any more gifts, he would be a shoo-in for the rank. Top 3 would depend on the circumstances when the time comes. Yeah, it would be a waste, but it's because you're lucky enough to have a good disciple like me, said Yi Futian. Where are your limits? Hua Fenglu asked with a darkened expression. He was just having a touching moment, but hearing Yi Futian's words rendered him speechless. I only speak the truth, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. Futian is right. You should be happy to have such a disciple, Nandu Wanyin said with a smile. Mistress, you're the best. Yi Futian gave her a big charming smile. Hua Fenglu looked at his wife, then at Hua Jieyu who was standing beside Hua Jieyu. A wave of sadness washed over him. Just then, a large crowd headed in their direction. Yi Futian turned to look at them and heard what one of them said. Yi Futian, have you thought about joining a clan for cultivation? Yi Futian looked at the people who had approached. They were separate groups and have seemingly come to recruit new members. No need. I haven't thought about it. Yi Futian shook his head and smiled. He continued, thank you for asking. Yi Futian thought it was strange. Why did they only invite him and not Yu Shang? All right. Everyone smiled and nodded. Then they looked to Yu Shang. A person in the crowd said with a smile, Yu Shang, I would like to say congratulations in advance. If you get picked by the emperor, please don't let the opportunity go to waste. Yu Shang looked at him calmly and made no attempts to reply, so the people said their goodbyes and left. Yi Futian finally understood. The reason why they did not invite Yu Shang was that they knew they weren't worthy. So, did that mean that Yi Futian was looked down on? He suddenly felt very depressed. They had just come to extend an invitation to him, but who would have thought it was because in their opinion, Yi Futian would not make it into the Fenghua rank? Everyone chit-chatted away. Many of them discussed the candidates of the Fenghua rank. Yu Shang was a popular choice. However, Yi Futian's name was rarely mentioned. Yi Futian glared at Yu Shang. Yu Shang looked back at him feeling wronged. It's not my fault. Chapter 118. Time went by bit. It was getting close to noon. There were countless people in the vast space surrounding the Fenghua platform. They were all discussing the Fenghua rank. Soon the Fenghua banquet would enter the most critical moment, when the emperor decided the candidates of the Fenghua rank. Everyone was waiting for this to happen. Young Lord Yu Wuxian was the cream of the crop with amazing swordsmanship. Swordsmanship fan of the Kangyi College was incontestably talented. They were both in the second Dharma plane. How amazing would their fight be? Wang Yu, the pride of the Wang family, had always been pursuing Lin Yueyao, the #1 beauty of Kangyi Kingdom. Would he be able to display his brilliance today and win the lady's heart? Yu Shang seemed undefeatable in the glory plane. Would he or Lin Yueyao be stronger? How would the 3 beauties of the glory plane, Lin Yueyao, Hua Zhixin, and Hua Jiyu, fare against each other? Yi Futian had defeated 7 strong opponents of the Qin clan. Next, there was a high possibility that he would face Bai Qiu's revenge. With Yi Futian's skills in the 7-star glory plane, would he be a threat to Bai Qiu, or would he be humiliated? Would the talents from outside the imperial city be able to shake the brilliant geniuses of the city? All of this would be revealed shortly after. As time passed, the 15 people came to the Fenghua platform. Yi Futian gazed at the crowd, eyes sweeping past Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang, the genius of Kangyi College. He hadn't forgotten about what happened at the banquet last night. The nobles and lords returned to their seats beside the emperor's seat. They looked to the 15 figures, also anticipating what was to come. Lord Wuqian's talent is unparalleled. He will definitely be part of the top 3 of the Fenghua rank, a clan member said to Lord Yi. Your Wang Yu is highly talented as well. He may have a chance. Lord Yi chuckled. The Wang clan elder smiled. Glancing at a youth beside the Fenghua platform, he said, That boy's cultivation is unorganized. I don't know what he's thinking every day, and he's chatting even now. At the moment, Wang Yu was standing next to the beautiful Lin Yueyao while saying something. They seemed to be chatting and attracted many jealous gazes. Perhaps only someone like Wang Yu was qualified to approach Lin Yueyao. Clan leader Wang, you must be lying. If he gets the Lin family girl, you'll probably dislocate your jaw from laughing, someone else said. The Wang elder laughed as well. If Wang Yu really could win Lin Yueyao, it would definitely be a great thing. While they were conversing, the royals arrived and sat in their seats. Looking at the sun, the emperor announced, "Let us begin." The Kangyi College elder walked onto the Fenghua platform. There were no bookmarks this time. Instead, the elder gazed at the 15 stars in the air and said, "Listen carefully." The people nodded. 15 gazes fell upon the elder. "There are no rules in the final round," the elder said. "Anyone who wishes to perform can step onto the Fenghua platform. You can display your talents however you wish. Everything will end when no one else wishes to continue. In the end, the emperor will personally name who will enter the Fenghua rank, depending on your performance." After the elder finished, he stepped off the platform. Everything hereafter was for the 15. They could do whatever they wanted without any restrictions. Many looked to the 5 in the glory plane. Of them, Yi Futian's trio wouldn't fight against each other. This way there was no more leeway. Would they challenge those of the Dharma plane? Those who remained until now were all abnormally talented. Even Lin Yueyao probably had no confidence against the Dharma plane. Lin Yueyao's gaze fell upon Hua Zhixin and Yi Futian's group. She was the highest of the glory plane, but challenging those below her was not as impressive. The atmosphere was strange and no one stepped onto the Fenghua platform. "I'll fight the first battle," Hua Jieyu whispered to Yi Futian. "Okay." Yi Futian smiled gently. He and Hua Jieyu were both unpopular, but he believed in Hua Jieyu. As a full elemental spiritual sorcerer, her talent was much better than what others imagined. Otherwise, the Nanda clan wouldn't have put all their hope on her. Ministers hadn't predicted her fate yet at that time. They had chosen her purely for her talent. Hua Jieyu's body flashed. She descended onto the Fenghua platform like a fairy. She looked up into the air and everyone's gazes sharpened. She was looking at the number 1 beauty of Kangyi Lin Yueyao. Everyone thought that the emperor didn't name Hua Jieyu, because she was overshadowed by Lin Yueyao. However, the one she wanted to challenge first happened to be Lin Yueyao. Hua Jieyu didn't speak, but Lin Yueyao seemed to understand. Her clothes fluttering, she flew down and landed on the platform. The 2 beauties wanted to complete the battle they didn't have the chance to before. "Your plane is a disadvantage," Lin Yueyao murmured. She was at the 9-star glory plane while Hua Jieyu was 2 planes lower. "Let's start," Hua Jieyu said softly. After that, light flashed behind her. She had released her life spirit. This was Hua Jieyu's first time releasing her life spirit. She had inherited her mother's, but it was even more beautiful. It was a crown, elegant and holy. It radiated with dazzling light. When the crown rested on Hua Jieyu's head, there seemed to be invisible spiritual ripples all around her. Even Lin Yueyao, standing far away from her, could feel her own spiritual strength tremble. The spiritual qi around Hua Jieyu seemed to erupt. Wind wrapped around her, and the wood elemental spiritual qi transformed into the lock of 1,000 vines. It covered the sky and extended forward. She instantly glowed with holy light like a fairy. When they saw this, everyone realized that they'd underestimated Hua Jieyu's talent. She was stronger than what they'd thought. Lin Yueyao felt threatened too. A similarly beautiful glow appeared behind her. She released her life spirit. It was a beautiful demon, the purple gold rock. Lin Yueyao's mount was a purple gold rock as well. The elders of her clan had captured an arcana-level purple gold rock for her, so she could understand her life spirit better. That was how powerful a big clan was. Beautiful golden feathers appeared on Lin Yueyao's body. A similar wind wrapped around her body. She also knew wind sorcery. 2 beautiful figures shot into the air. They hovered above the Fenghua platform, captivating everyone. The lock of 1,000 vines curled toward Lin Yueyao. Her golden wings flashed sharply like daggers. They flapped, continuously slicing the vines curling at her. Boom! The wings shook and Lin Yueyao flew toward Hua Jieyu at an extreme speed. She also cultivated martial arts. Her life spirit gave her amazing power and speed. Hua Jiayu mainly cultivated spiritual sorcery and didn't study martial arts. Fighting Hua Jiayu from the distance was not a smart choice. Seeing Lin Yueyao approach, Hua Jiayu remained calm. Water elemental spiritual qi gathered around her. Poof poof, golden blades continuously popped out of Lin Yueyao's wings. With the wind spell's help, she charged at Hua Jiayu. A dazzling light flashed past Hua Jiayu's eyes. An invisible spiritual strength burst forth. The golden dagger slowed down and exploded into spiritual qi before Hua Jiayu. At the same time, Lin Yueyao used the attack's protection to approach Hua Jiayu. Her wings really transformed into blades now. Once she got close, Hua Jiayu would be in trouble. Hua Jiayu reached forward. A terrifying spiritual wave rippled out like a storm sweeping forward. Lin Yueyao's terrible speed reduced too, and even paused temporarily in the sky. Her life spirit seemed to shake violently. Golden lightning tore through everything. The purple gold rock's shadow appeared on her body. She broke free from the restraint and continued forward. There was rumbling, and a water spell suddenly erupted before Lin Yueyao. It instantly swept toward her body. This spell wasn't offensive, but it seemed to stick to her, making it impossible for her to advance. Powerful attacks were useless against water spells. Her wings and lightning beat upon the watery prison and just passed right through. Ice seal. Hua Jiayu's powerful spiritual strength erupted again, and the watery prison turned into ice. Lin Yueyao was instantly frozen inside. There were rustles again. The lock of 1,000 vines swept toward Lin Yueyao's ice-sealed body and buried her within. But things didn't stop here. Countless golden swords appeared in the air. Supported by the wind spell, they hovered quietly in the air, aimed at Lin Yueyao. With a loud boom, the ice seal and lock of 1,000 vines all exploded. Lin Yueyao burst free with a beautiful flash. But at the same time, a gust of strong spiritual strength fell onto her, making her stop again. The golden blades transformed into real lightning. They descended in an instant, landing before Lin Yueyao's beautiful figure. But then they stopped without stabbing down. Lin Yueyao's eyes went blank. The countless hovering daggers right before her eyes felt unreal. Then she looked up at Hua Jiayu. "You lost," Hua Jiayu said softly. Her voice was still calm and indifferent, but all the strong talents around the Fenghua platform were frozen on her. She had used the spiritual power to guide all the elements. As a spiritual sorcerer, Hua Jiayu had made everyone overlook her terrifying talent of the other elements. Now she displayed her talent in wind, metal, water, and wood. The first battle of the Fenghua banquet's last round had shaken everyone. Lin Yueyao, #1 beauty of the Kangyi Kingdom, was defeated. Chapter 119. It was yet another battle full of surprises. #1 beauty of the Kangyi Kingdom, Lin Yueyao, was thought to be a shoo-in for the Fenghua rank. When she entered battle with Hua Jiayu, who was at a lower level, everyone thought it was going to be a no-brainer. But things never turn out as expected. Hua Jiayu revealed her outstanding gift. As a spiritual sorcerer, she incorporated the use of sorcery of various elements and defeated Lin Yueyao, blow by blow. She was so quick, Lin Yueyao did not even have time to demonstrate her powers. Just like that, the person who was a shoo-in for the Fenghua rank was now Hua Jiayu, not Lin Yueyao. Futian watched the beautiful figure on the Fenghua platform. A smile reached his eyes. At age 12, the young girl entered Qingzhou Academy and revealed her shocking talents. 3 years later, she became a female legend at the academy. After arriving in the city of Donghai, she entered Donghai Academy and became a legend there as well. Today, she was finally able to shine at her brightest. Although it was not in the Nandu Nation but at the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet. Many important figures gave Hua Jiayu a look of admiration. Under the calm and collected use of sorcery, Hua Jiayu was able to defeat Lin Yueyao without giving her a chance to prove her worth. Appearance aside, this girl was way more cultivated in terms of combat than Lin Yueyao. The sharp golden swords turned into spiritual qi and dissipated. Lin Yueyao blinked a couple of times. It seemed that she had only just broken out of her daze. She actually lost to Hua Jiayu, a lower-level cultivator. "I have been defeated." Lin Yueyao smiled bitterly and flew away from the battle platform. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yueyao calmed herself. This defeat made her more clear-headed. She had always been the center of attention with countless people praising her into the skies. She had finally been defeated. However, the Fenghua banquet had not yet ended. She still had a chance to redeem herself. This round was a free-for-all. No rules. Even if you lost a battle, you still had a chance to prove yourself. Yueyao, you were just a little careless. Don't take this defeat to heart, Wang Yu yelled from the skies above. His voice was anything but quiet. Everyone heard him. Many have thought that Wang Yu was only saying that because he was chasing Lin Yueyao. Although it was true that Lin Yueyao had underestimated her opponent, but the reason for her defeat was far more complicated than simple underestimation. Lin Yueyao did not reply. Wang Yu saw that he had been ignored and turned his attention below to Hua Jieyu, who was getting ready to depart. Wait, a voice said coldly. Wang Yu began to descend onto the Fenghua platform. Hua Jieyu lifted her head to look at Wang Yu with her beautiful eyes. Still in the air, Wang Yu's body became enveloped in flames. He looked extremely domineering. The high temperatures radiating off of him seemed to be able to turn his surroundings into ash. Step by step, he made his way down from the skies. Everyone looked at Wang Yu strangely. At his level of cultivation as a first-level Dharma plane cultivator, he was not supposed to make a move on a mere 7-star glory plane cultivator like Hua Jieyu. However, it was obvious that he was not doing so to prove his worth. He was doing so purely because he wanted to get even for what happened to Lin Yueyao. First-level Dharma plane cultivator Wang Yu. Even if he was victorious in his battle with Hua Jieyu, it would not be representative of his talents. He was fighting for the damsel. Lin Yueyao's was dumbfounded. She took a glance at Wang Yu. She did not have any special relationship with him. Neither had she accepted his feelings. However, she also did not do anything to stop Wang Yu. On the other side, Yi Futian was frowning. A cold expression washed over his face. His attention turned toward Hua Jieyu once again. Although there were no rules in this round, it was still possible to forfeit. At Hua Jieyu's level of cultivation, no one would think any less of her if she rejected this battle. But Hua Jieyu did not want to admit defeat before trying. She looked at the approaching figure. He was like a god of fire. Wang Yu was still slowly making his way down. Before he even landed, Hua Jieyu already felt the burning heat on her body. Her life spirit appeared once again. A wave of spiritual qi erupted around Hua Jieyu. Even though he was in the Dharma plane, she wanted to give it a try. The lock of 1,000 vines shot towards Wang Yu. With one step forward, the flame spread through the air and turned all the attacking vines into ash. Whoosh! A majestic image appeared in the skies. A pair of flame wings appeared on Wang Yu's back. Every flap was accompanied by a gust of hot air. The temperature was extremely high. Hua Jieyu was located right under the flames and felt like she was about to be set ablaze. Realization of Dharma. Everyone was entranced by the large pair of flame wings. It was Wang Yu's realization of Dharma. He continued to descend it, getting closer and closer to Hua Jieyu. It was as if he were doing this on purpose. In order to get even for Lin Yueyao, he was going to make things difficult from Hua Jieyu. Fox forfeit. Yi Futian took a step forward and screamed to Hua Jieyu standing in the Fenghua platform below. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian. She knew that there was no way she could win this battle. It was pointless to continue. Just as Hua Jieyu was about to open her mouth, Wang Yu flapped his enormous wings and he was carried straight towards Hua Jieyu, getting extremely close to her body. I admit defeat, Hua Jieyu said calmly. Whoosh! The frightening flame wings brushed right above her head. The hot air rushed across her face, burning the chiffon veil, dissipating into nothing. Right away, her beautiful face filled everyone's vision. Everyone focused in on her face. Seeing her beauty, their eyes were frozen on Hua Jieyu. No one knew how to describe this face. Her face that was once veiled was perfect, flawless. Even Wang Yu was dumbfounded. This was obviously not what he had expected. Even though everyone already knew that Hua Jieyu was a beauty, no one expected it to be of this caliber. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Many people turned to look at Lin Yueyao, and they realized that even the Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty was lacking in comparison to Hua Jieyu. This meant that Hua Jieyu had defeated Lin Yueyao in terms of talents and looks. Then, could Lin Yueyao still be considered the #1 beauty? Lin Yueyao was also looking at Hua Jieyu. For the first time she realized that even she could be inferior to another female. Even she had to admit that there was nothing to be said about Hua Jieyu's beauty. Lin Yueyao suddenly remembered what she overheard Yi Futian say to Hua Jieyu as they brushed shoulders outside Kangyi College. At the time, she thought it was simply something Yi Futian said to make his girlfriend happy. It was not until now that she realized that he was serious about what he had said. Princess Yilingxi and Hua Zhixin were feeling troubled. They could not believe that another girl more beautiful than themselves had appeared. On top of that, her talents were outstanding. Sorry about that, Wang Yu said. Withdrawing his proud attitude, he gave Hua Jieyu a quick nod. Hua Jieyu stared at him with a cold demeanor. Her gaze was cold and icy. Fox, come back. A voice called out to her. Hua Jieyu turned to look at Yi Futian. Nodding her head lightly, her body lifted into the skies in a flash. Back on the black wind eagle's back, Hua Jieyu walked up to Yi Futian. Disappointment filled her beautiful eyes. Her head hung low as if she had done something wrong. It's fine. Yi Futian petted her head lightly. Hua Jieyu looked up at Yi Futian with puppy dog eyes. Seeing how close the two were, dozens of jealous gazes were immediately directed at Yi Futian. Even Bai Qiu's cold eyes carried a bit of jealousy. Who was Yi Futian to deserve this? Such a brilliant young woman listened to every word he said and acted like a little girl in front of him. That look that she gave Yi Futian could melt the hearts of everyone present. In the Kangyi Kingdom, many talented young men had pursued the number one beauty, Lin Yueyao, but none of them were successful. Now, someone who outshined Lin Yueyao had appeared, but she was already Yi Futian's girlfriend. On top of that, they were being all lovey-dovey in front of everyone. It was clear how everyone felt about this. Naturally, Yi Futian did not care about how the others were feeling. All he knew was that he wasn't feeling too swell. He was in an extremely bad mood. Hua Jieyu defeated Lin Yueyao. And someone actually tried to make a move on Hua Jieyu to get even for Lin Yueyao. Even her veil was burned. Obviously, Yi Futian was in a horrible mood. After consoling Hua Jieyu, Yi Futian stepped forward with his fists clenched. A loud sound was emitted. His attention turned to Wang Yu, who had returned into the skies. Yi Futian's gaze was cold. You have a death wish, said Yi Futian. Without using wind sorcery, Yi Futian descended straight down from the sky onto the Fenghua platform in a flash. The platform shook as he landed. Another one in anger for a damsel? Everyone looked at Yi Futian. Trying to mimic Wang Yu? Did Yi Futian have the abilities to do so? They watched as Yi Futian's gaze focused on someone in the sky. His eyes shot daggers at Wang Yu. With a cold demeanor he ordered, "Get your ass down here. Now." Everyone was shocked. This guy really was crazy. Yi Futian was only in the 7-starred glory plane. Wang Yu was a cultivator in the Dharma plane. No matter how you looked at it, they were people of different levels. Wang Yu frowned, his eyes cold as well. Then he let out a smirk. Trying to mimic him? Was Yi Futian even worthy of doing so? Wang Yu walked forward, ready to head down when a figure stepped out in front of him. It was the musical sorcerer prodigy of the Qin clan, Bai Qiu. Our problems have yet to be settled, said Bai Qiu. He was afraid that once Yi Futian and Wang Yu battled, Yi Futian wouldn't have the guts to step onto the Fenghua platform again. If so, how was he supposed to get revenge for what Yi Futian did to the members of the clan yesterday? Yi Futian looked at Wang Yu, then at Bai Qiu. Then let's go. One at a time. Chapter 120. Around the Fenghua platform, everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian, a bit shocked at his confidence. Wang Yu, the pride of the kingdom and in the Dharma plane. Bai Qiu, the most talented of the Qin clan's younger generation, and a musical sorcerer in the Dharma plane. Yi Futian, a musical sorcerer in the 7-star glory plane. Compared like this, there was no way for Yi Futian to sway the other two. No matter how talented he was, the difference in plane was too much. He had to cross into the Dharma plane. Those in the Dharma plane could realize the Dharma, and were frighteningly powerful. Their abilities had a qualitative change from the glory plane. Just then Bai Qiu descended slowly onto the Fenghua platform. There was still a cool smile on his handsome face. Even though it's not impressive for me to defeat you, we have to settle the matter from before, Bai Qiu said to Yi Futian. Of course. Yi Futian smiled. He completely agreed. Then let us begin. Bai Qiu sat down with crossed legs, extremely charismatic. His Guqin spirit appeared and hovered before him. It was considerably more realistic than Yi Futian's Guqin spirit. It was like a real Guqin. The life spirit developed as the cultivator grew stronger. Yi Futian sat across from Bai Qiu, and his Guqin spirit also appeared. His aura had changed from before as well. His handsome face was calm and solemn. It was as if only the Guqin was in his eyes at the moment. Some girls looked at Yi Futian, and they had to admit that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu matched in terms of looks. Even the handsome and charismatic Bai Qiu wasn't as attractive as him. A string of notes sounded. Bai Qiu played first. It was just a note, but everyone could feel a shocking boom on the Fenghua platform. They all looked over. Bai Qiu's movements were graceful. His fingers flitted over the instrument strings gently. As the music entered the audience's ears, they were brought into the artistic conception. It was as if the sky was about to change. Wind rose on the Fenghua platform. Yi Futian was solemn. He also strummed the strings and there was another boom. His music was resonant like thunder. He closed his eyes and his memories went back to the Nandu clan. He was on the crane and his grandmaster played the Guqin. The pair of calloused hands flew wildly over the strings and the song shook one's heart. Another musical spell sounded on the Fenghua platform. It accompanied Bai Qiu's playing like screaming wind and booming thunder. The crowd discovered with a shock that lightning continuously flashed in the sky above the platform. The sunny day had changed under the music, turning into bad weather. Even the talented ones spectating were dragged into the artistic conception of the storm. There was no more sunlight. Dark clouds covered the sky. No wonder he is the best of the Qin clan's younger generation. Everyone gazed at Bai Qiu, playing his Guqin on the Fenghua platform. He hadn't displayed his true ability in the earlier fights. Now he didn't play casually when faced with Yi Futian, who was in a lower plane. Instead, he used his absolute power to obliterate the opponent, letting everyone see the true musical sorcery of the Qin clan to redeem his honor. The Qin clan members all smirked when they saw this scene. There was no place for Yi Futian if Bai Qiu was there. Above Yi Futian, dark clouds covered the sky and the wind howled. The lightning was terrifying. Crack! A dazzling bolt of lightning streaked directly toward Yi Futian. Everyone's hearts trembled. Could Yi Futian, playing his Guqin with his eyes closed, withstand this attack? His fingers quickly strummed the strings. The music intensified continuously like a sharp sword in the thunderstorm, wanting to slice through all restraints. Then there was a terrifying streak of purple light. The lightning above Yi Futian's head disappeared as if shattered by the invisible power in Yi Futian's melody. Many people now gazed at him a bit impressed. For Yi Futian, a 7-star glory plane sorcerer, it was good enough to be able to withstand Bai Qiu's violent musical spell like this. However, this didn't seem enough to change the result. The air currents went wild above Yi Futian's head. His spiritual qi erupted and lightning kept flashing as if a terrible storm was brewing. It felt as if Yi Futian was a small boat in the thunderstorm. He could run into danger at any time and be crushed to bits. Yi Futian didn't seem to feel this. His eyes were still closed, unaffected by the opponent's music. His melody continued to rise and a storm rose around him, going against the current. When lightning struck, it would be swallowed by this windstorm. However, Yi Futian knew that there was still a big difference between his spiritual energy and Bai Qiu's. In his life palace, the life spirit eye of the storm released terrifying spiritual energy. This power slowly seeped into Yi Futian's mind, transforming into his own spiritual energy. This allowed his music to carry a terrifying artistic conception. The eye of the storm was the life spirit given by Emperor Yi Qing. The spiritual storm it contained was very frightening, but he couldn't use much of the power. At this moment, a destructive windstorm erupted from the void to shatter Yi Futian. His hands moved even faster. The spiritual energy kept blooming, rising with the intensifying melody. His own spiritual energy seemed to want to empty itself into the music. Thus, a frightening sight appeared above Yi Futian. There was a burst of music that seemed ready to destroy the world, but another gust of power swept through. The two powers clashed and the entire Fenghua platform was enveloped by the destructive windstorm. Many people shuddered inwardly. They stared at the seated Yi Futian in shock. How could he withstand this strength? Another burst of resonant music sounded. It wanted to pierce through the storm, not bowing down to fate. This music. Many people trembled when hearing Yi Futian's music. He was far from Baiqiu's plane and was repressed, but the power his music displayed and his past determination gave many an indescribable feeling. Baiqiu's brows knitted. He'd wanted to use his absolute advantage to crush Yi Futian, but it wasn't working. His fingers flew across the strings and the storm grew even more terrifying. It seemed to want to flatten the world. Attacks swept through continuously, destroying everything and out to kill Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian was completely immersed in his music. This scene was reminiscent of what happened at the Nandu clan. He thought of his grandmaster's tragic but powerful performance. In his life palace, the spiritual energy of the Eye of the Storm continuously transformed into Yi Futian's consciousness. It increased his spiritual energy, and there seemed to be no limit for his song. It kept rising. The unparalleled power destroyed everything. The crowd realized with a shock that the increasingly wild thunderstorm in the sky wasn't defeating Yi Futian. Instead, it showed signs of breaking down. Above Yi Futian, a corner of the chaotic music windstorm scattered. As if sunlight shone down, there was light. Is this why he was confident? The spectators were shocked. Earlier, they had thought that there was no way for Yi Futian to be named by the emperor. Now they weren't so sure. The emperor might take note of him just for this melody and add him to the Fenghua rank. However, this was unbearable for Baiqiu. Countless gyukins hovered around him. They seemed to be playing in unison, and the light of the musical spells endlessly fell upon his Guqin spirit. In an instant, an even more terrifying musical windstorm pressed toward Yi Futian. At the same time, he rose to the air and floated toward Yi Futian. In a moment he was above Yi Futian. He sat in the air as if he was high and mighty. Baiqiu's hands flew furiously over the strings. The windstorm covered the sun and endless lightning bolted toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian's fingers moved just as fast, almost at his limit. A bright sound pierced through everything and went toward Baiqiu, hovering above him. The two faced each other directly and clashed violently. The audience only felt that both of them were swallowed by the windstorm. The unstoppable power swept toward Yi Futian's body. With a boom, Yi Futian's music stopped. His body continued to be forced backward. However, at the same time, another beam of music charged into Baiqiu's mind. He shook and his music stopped abruptly too. The windstorm above the Fenghua platform disappeared. Sunlight shone down and everything went back to normal, but the results were clear. Yi Futian had still lost, though no one could blame him. This battle was impressive enough. Many gazes fell upon Yi Futian's handsome face. His eyes opened slowly. The black eyes were clear and bright, not frustrated at all by his defeat. His bright smile was like sunlight, nothing like the repressiveness and chaos from earlier. This Yi Futian was a completely different person from before. He had wanted to try with his grandmaster's piece, but the difference in plane was still too much. They were both musical sorcerers and it was difficult to cross such a wide gap. However, he wasn't disappointed. In his last battle with Zhou Mu, his musical spell wasn't enough to defeat him. Now, he could use his music to cross 3 planes into the Dharma plane and still force Baiqiu to this extent. He had improved a lot. You should be proud that I treat you so, Baiqiu said nonchalantly, though his heart was pounding. Yi Futian smiled subtly at Baiqiu. Then he stood up and smirked. He turned around and gazed in the emperor's direction. Bowing, he said, "Your Majesty, when I registered at the Kangyi College, I wrote that my occupation is a musical sorcerer. In actuality, I only cultivate musical sorcery to better myself. It is not my expertise. Please forgive me." Chapter 121. After Yi Futian had spoken, many people were dumbfounded. Their gazes were frozen on the handsome young man. He only cultivated musical sorcery to better himself? In the battle just now, Yi Futian's musical sorcery was able to push the Qin clan's brightest pupil, Dharma plane prodigy, Baiqiu, to such limits. Now, he was telling the emperor that he only cultivated musical sorcery to better himself, and that it was not his expertise. Baiqiu's expression darkened. Up to this point in the battle, there was nothing he could say he was proud of. He wanted to get sweet revenge on Futian for what he had done, but by the looks of it, his efforts were nowhere near good enough. What was the meaning of what Futian had just said? From far up in the skies, Hua Fenglu dry coughed. On the black wind eagle, Hua Jieyu sat there just blinking her eyes, while Yu Sheng sat wide-eyed. He looked at Bai Qiu with pity. But forget about everyone else, even the emperor was not prepared for Futian's utterance. He faltered momentarily and then looked at the handsome young man on the Fenghua platform. With a smile he said, "That's fine. Then you may battle with the skill of your expertise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Futian bowed to the emperor. After that, he turned to look at Bai Qiu with a smile. "I would also like to see what your expertise is," Bai Qiu said with a darkened expression. He placed his hands on the guqin and the music started once again. If he couldn't defeat Futian, then all pride would be lost. The moment Bai Qiu's fingertips met the guqin, thunder and lightning filled the sky. The winds and the clouds shifted. He was playing the same piece as before. Futian stepped forward. A majestic bright light accompanied the release of his golden rock spirit. In a split second, everyone's eyes were drawn back onto Futian as they watched in shock while the life spirit appeared behind him. Twin spirits. A shiver went down everyone's spine. Futian previously battled as a musical sorcerer and revealed his guqin spirit. Now his golden rock spirit has also been unveiled. Twin spirits. The audience finally understood. Not only had they underestimated Hua Jieyu, they had also underestimated Futian. Futian, Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu. The seven-starred Glory Plane trio were mysterious newcomers. It seemed like they were destined to stir up trouble at the Fenghua banquet. Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu had already revealed their true talents. Now it was Futian's turn. His musical sorcery was able to force Bai Qiu to attack at full power, but he told the emperor that he only cultivated musical sorcery to better himself. He wasn't solely a musical sorcerer. After that, he released a second life spirit. Bai Qiu, who had already begun to play, was also shocked. His cold eyes swept over to Futian. Bai Qiu was supposed to have the advantage, fighting Futian as a Dharma plane cultivator, but Futian had stolen his spotlight from the very start. Thinking about this, Bai Qiu released his realization of Dharma. Gyukins appeared in the air and when he played, all the gyukins harmonized. A wave of frightening energy washed over the platform. The airflow became wild. The sound of the gyukins metamorphosed into sorcery. Lightning struck down on where Futian was, but he ducked quickly and it struck onto empty space. "He's so fast." Everyone looked towards the figure in the sky. Futian's wings fluttered behind him. Wind sorcery wrapped around his body, making he even faster. He reached out his hand and the metal spiritual qi immediately formed into a golden rod which Futian wrapped his hand around. Futian took one step forward, and a force of invisible energy erupted from him. More flashes of lightning struck at him, but this time, Futian did not duck to avoid it. Instead, he waved the rod forward and the bolts of lightning disappeared with a loud bang. Futian stood stable like a mountain, his aura growing stronger by the moment. The music continued frantically. The storm was taking form. At the same time, the sound of the guqin continuously crept into Futian's ear, wanting to drag him into the mood of the music. The sky was dark but lightning lit it up intermittently. Bai Qiu's music contained the double attack abilities of spirit and sorcery. With a peculiar look in his eyes, Futian took advantage of the large force of spiritual energy from the eye of the storm to reject the influence of the music. In a flash, he turned into a bolt of golden lightning and struck toward his opponent. As a musical sorcerer, it was only natural for Futian to understand the weakness of musical sorcerers. Musical sorcerers were able to completely overpower powerful cultivators who cultivated only martial arts, and not the element of spirit. More powerful musical sorcerers were also able to utilize their music to release attacks with sorcery. However, their weakness was very obvious. Close-range combat. What would happen if someone got too close to a musical sorcerer during battle? But of course, it was not an easy task to get close to a musical sorcerer. Seeing that Futian was closing in, Bai Qiu continued to play. The music formed a storm and headed for Futian, wanting to destroy everything in its target location. However, Futian moved in a curved line, perfectly dodging the attack. He did not try to meet the storm head-on. Bai Qiu's fingers moved unbelievably fast. They moved across the guqin wildly. The attack of sorcery formed by the music suddenly changed directions. Attacks of the spirit element were able to cover all directions, but those of sorcery were not. Everyone watched as the attack continuously changed directions. Yi Futian, who was zipping through the air with the help of his large golden rock wings, kept waving the long golden rod around. There was an odd rhythm to his movements. Around him, a large force of power seemed to be gathering slowly. He is collecting power. The spectators watched Yi Futian's every action. While dodging Bai Qiu's attacks, he was simultaneously collecting power. His shining figure in the skies gave off a mystical feel. The force around him was getting stronger by the minute. Naturally, Bai Qiu had also taken notice. But what of it? Under the continuous spiritual attacks from his music, how much longer was Yi Futian going to last? Just then, Yi Futian's soaring body halted. The storm charging at him was destroyed, stricken by the rod. Yi Futian floated over Bai Qiu arrogantly. The frightening force of power revolved above Yi Futian, causing him to look majestic and imposing despite his not quite large physique. Clouds filled the skies while thunder and lightning harmonized. Crazy winds turned into sharp blades that cut through the air and flew towards Yi Futian. The rod in his hand danced. The incredible force of power destroyed the incoming storms without rest. His wings fluttered and with a step forward, the rod swung down hard, splitting the storm in two. The power in his attacks. This scene sent shivers down everyone's back. The storm had been destroyed by single swing of the rod. It was as if all the power in the world belonged to Yi Futian. His golden body shined bright. Instead of moving forward, Yi Futian traveled downward towards Bai Qiu, following the way created by the rod. This time there was no more dodging, no more changing directions. Yi Futian was going to face Bai Qiu's attacks head-on. He had gathered enough power for genesis of the 9 heavenly attacks. Anyone who got in his way would die. Wild winds roared in the skies as the thunder dragon spirit growled. Its power was shocking and powerful that it would be enough to collapse the sky. The long rod danced and the force got stronger. Everything on earth was at the mercy of Yi Futian. Using the force of power, the second attack of the 9 heavenly attacks was administered. The skies were undisturbed as Yi Futian wiped out the storm. Once again he descended, getting closer to Bai Qiu. The look in Yi Futian's eyes was extremely odd. The spiritual energy in his mind kept getting disturbed. However, with the help of the strong spiritual energy and will, he was able to control the force. When he attacked with the 9 heavenly attacks, there was an explosion of spiritual energy. His spiritual will had also leveled up. Bai Qiu's expression changed. His music revealed a hint of distress. How was it that such powerful musical sorcery still could not stop Yi Futian's advance? Bai Qiu watched the figure approaching himself slowly. His expression did not look too good. The force of power gathered around Yi Futian grew stronger. In fact, it was so strong that it could crush everything in its way. Bai Qiu's fingers danced across the guqin and a wave of spiritual qi exploded. But at the same time Yi Futian moved. With the help of the incredible force, the rod swung down once again, wiping out everything. The air was about to explode. The long rod struck down towards Bai Qiu's attack spell without any obstacles. Wind sorcery enveloped Bai Qiu and carried him away in retreat. His music lost its flow. As Bai Qiu retreated, the golden rod escaped from Yi Futian's hands and bolted towards him in a flash. Seeing this, Bai Qiu withdrew his guqin spirit immediately and sped up his retreat with wind sorcery. At the same time he had to create a defense spell. The golden flash zipped through the air, and though its power was slightly diminished by Bai Qiu's defense, the rod still landed an attack on him. With a scream, Bai Qiu spat a mouthful of fresh blood. He lost color in his face in an instant. His body was thrown back and landed at the edge of the Fenghua platform. The crazy storms dissipated slowly. On the battle platform, Yi Futian stood arrogantly. His gifts were like no other. Right now, everything was silent, but deep down, everyone was shaking in disbelief. Yi Futian, a 7-starred glory plane cultivator, had defeated Dharma plane prodigy Bai Qiu. His ferocious silhouette and domineering aura had been imprinted in everyone's mind. The members of the Qing clan looked pale. Bai Qiu was the representative of the Qin clan's young generation, but he was just defeated by Yi Futian, who was in a plane 3 levels lower than himself. Oh, the humiliation. Prodigy, number 1 of the younger generation Qin clan members? Candidate for the Fenghua rank? Sun Xia from Kangyi College watched everything unfold from up in the skies. Her heart was anything but at ease. She thought back to when she had guided Yi Futian to the pretest site. At the time, she had pointed to Bai Qiu and told Yi Futian that he was a Dharma plane prodigy from the Qin clan and one of the top contenders for the Fenghua rank. When Bai Qiu had asked for Yi Futian to be his musical attendant, her opinion was that Yi Futian was extremely lucky to be thought of so highly by him. She had even purposely revealed her own level of cultivation with hidden pride. It was hilarious to think back at everything in the past now. Sun Xia had already been eliminated while the 3 of them shined the brightest. No one felt at peace. Just then, everyone saw Yi Futian watch Bai Qiu. As he climbed up from the side of the Fenghua platform, Yi Futian smiled and asked, "Do you still want me to be your musical attendant?" Hearing his question, many people looked over at Bai Qiu. Had he actually asked for Yi Futian to be his musical attendant? This was just too. Bai Qiu stared at Yi Futian coldly, only to see Yi Futian's carefree smile. To Bai Qiu he said, "There's no need to look at me like that. Even if you continue to cultivate in the Qin clan for another 1 or 2 years, you won't be able to surpass me." Spectators were reminded of what Bai Qiu had said after Yi Futian's battle yesterday, and the arrogance in his eyes when he said it. Looking at him now, all they felt for him was pity. The happenings of this year's Fenghua banquet was probably going to be something Bai Qiu would remember for the rest of his life. Chapter 122. It was indeed unforgettable. Bai Qiu was the most popular contender for the Fenghua rank. He was proud and confident. Seeing that Yi Futian was talented, he wanted the youth to become his musical attendant. In his opinion, Yi Futian should have taken this chance. Later, they continuously clashed, and he wanted to solve it all at the Fenghua platform. He stopped Wang Yu from going against Yi Futian because he wanted to personally humiliate him. In the end, Bai Qiu was defeated. The Dharma plane genius of the Qin clan, the most popular contender for the Fenghua rank, had lost to someone in the 7-star glory plane. Tragic wasn't even enough to describe it. Can Bai Qiu still enter the Fenghua rank? Many of the spectators thought. Then they looked towards Yi Futian. They'd all underestimated him, but he had his eyes on the Fenghua rank. They even felt that it was very possible for Yi Futian to enter the top 3 of the Fenghua rank. This battle had been too shocking. "This guy is crazy," Princess Yi Lingxi said beside the throne. She smiled at Yi Futian. She couldn't believe that the youth who had played the guqin with her that night was actually so powerful. "This is confidence." Emperor Yi chuckled, a pleased look flashing past his eyes. Everyone knew that Yi Futian had been right. If nothing extraordinary happened, Bai Qiu would never be able to surpass Yi Futian, let alone in 1 or 2 years. He'd never be able to erase this humiliation. Dragging his injured body, Bai Qiu took a step toward the sky. His entire presence felt decadent. The pride of the kingdom, so arrogant and confident before, had lost all spirit after this fight. Yi Futian looked up at the sky to Wang Yu. His eyes glinted and he said coldly, "Get down here." Wang Yu from the Dharma plane dared to take revenge on Hua Jieyu. Because she defeated Lin Yueyao? He was flirting with death. He wants to challenge Wang Yu after defeating Bai Qiu? The spectators shuddered. He really was taking them on one by one. He was at the 7-star glory plane, but he looked down on all these geniuses from the Dharma plane. Wang Yu's brows furrowed. He had seen Yi Futian and Bai Qiu's fight, and he was surprised by how strong Yi Futian was. If Bai Qiu hadn't stopped him, he would have been the one down there. He would have underestimated Yi Futian. Now, he had witnessed Yi Futian's aggression and he became more serious. Blazing wings spread open, filled with the wild aura of fire. Wang Yu sped down and hovered in the air before Yi Futian. Yi Futian opened his arms. The metal elemental spiritual qi gathered once again, transforming into a golden staff. He stepped forward, instantly creating an explosive burst of power. Boom! Fire ignited in Wang Yu's body. He was bathed in the firelight and the Dharma wings flapped. Wild wind blew as he pounced at Yi Futian, not giving him time to gather his power. He'd witnessed the earlier fight, so he knew that Yi Futian's battle technique grew stronger as time went on. He must defeat Yi Futian before he gathered his power. The golden wings of the rock glowed behind Yi Futian. With the help of the wind spell, he rose up and spun in the air. Wind kept beating down as invisible power gathered and strengthened around him. Below him, countless flame dragons snapped at Yi Futian, wanting to seal off the air. They curled toward Yi Futian's flying body, the blazing heat burning him. Yi Futian's spinning body sped up. His power was shocking, and everyone watched as the two kept rising upward. Just as the flame dragons were about to catch up to Yi Futian, a beautiful arc streaked past. Rather than rising, he smashed downward with his staff, Genesis. With one hit, the flame dragons were all destroyed. The staff also continued rumbling toward Wang Yu. The man didn't dodge. He released his life spirit, a terrifying flame bird. His body seemed to burn. Countless flamebird apparitions charged at Yi Futian with horribly hot flames. The golden staff swept through everything and crashed into Wang Yu's body. Wang Yu transformed into a frightening flamebird. His hands were like sharp claws breaking the staff directly. There was a burst of horrifying power. The fire swept up and burned towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian used the powerful reverberations to bounce back and soar in the air. Everyone watched as a shocking strength coursed through him and he dove down again. However, Wang Yu was the pride of the Dharma plane, and he was skilled in close-contact fighting. He didn't fear this at all. His giant wings flashed and countless flamebirds circled around him. The rich flames swept through the air. His wings flapped and all the flamebirds seemed to charge at Yi Futian. They collided again. Everyone watched the two figures in the air with terror. Flames filled the void and Yi Futian's body seemed to burn. Wang Yu was skilled at close-contact combat and didn't fear Yi Futian's power. The spectators shuddered. Yi Futian might not win this fight. At this moment, Yi Futian grew stronger. He cast down the third strike of the 9 heavenly attacks. The moment the two collided, a terrifying gust of air currents spread in all directions. The two came to a deadlock and then separated. Yi Futian was still higher up. He stabilized himself and the strong power around him was still terrifying. This power is too much, the spectators thought. They stared at the two figures in the air, their hearts trembling. Yi Futian was too powerful to be able to fight in close contact with a Dharma plane mandate sorcerer skilled in combat. Wang Yu stared at Yi Futian. "What other tricks do you have?" he asked coldly. Yi Futian looked down on him. Inside, his blood began rumbling as the Imperial Tactics was activated. Rays of dazzling light streamed out of every part of his body. Then the majestic power grew stronger. It even showed signs of an emperor's power. The frightening intent burst out. Then his staff began spinning again. He went through each of the 9 heavenly attacks. Each one required extreme cooperation of his spiritual intent to display the true power of 9 heavenly attacks. Yi Futian used to only be able to perform the first 3. But after the fight in Donghai City, the mysterious emperor's intent passed a special technique to him, changing his body. With the cooperation of the Imperial Tactics, the 9 heavenly attacks could shine even brighter. Everyone witnessed as his grandeur intensified. The power of the 3 earlier hits was amplified on his body. A gust of animosity burst forth and Wang Yu's expression changed. Boom! Brilliant fiery wings flapped. Wang Yu moved up, charging at Yi Futian. He had felt danger. However, the moment he charged, Yi Futian looked over. His wings flapped and there was a burst of sound. Yi Futian rushed toward Wang Yu in a shockingly imposing manner. The fourth strike of 9 heavenly attacks swept through, creating a flurry of afterimages in the air and flattening everything. The flamebird charging at Yi Futian was all shattered. Wang Yu's expression turned more uncomfortable, but his eyes shone with terrifying sharpness. He continued charging at Yi Futian. The various afterimages of the staff transformed into one. It became a staff that struck down. Wang Yu felt the unstoppable strength come down on him and his face paled. Then the spectators heard a pained cry. The golden staff had broken through everything and crashed against Wang Yu, smashing him to the ground. However, it was not over. Yi Futian's wings flapped and he followed. The golden staff continued striking, each one beating Wang Yu's body. He cried out continuously as he was forced down from the sky. After suffering countless hits, Wang Yu crashed onto the Fenghua platform with a loud boom. Blood spurted from his mouth and his face had lost all color. There wasn't an ounce of strength in his body. Everyone was dazed. They looked from Wang Yu's fallen body to Yi Futian, still standing in the air above him. They could sense that Wang Yu would be unable to participate in the later fights. Yi Futian couldn't truly disable him, but at the very least he was unqualified for the Fenghua rank now. Does it feel good to take revenge for others? Yi Futian asked coldly. Wang Yu had bullied Fox because of Lin Yueyao. Since this was the case, Yi Futian would follow his lead. Everyone was speechless. Wang Yu had used his Dharma plane to bully Hua Jieyu for Lin Yueyao. They couldn't say anything against Yi Futian, who challenged him for his girlfriend Hua Jieyu. Plus, Yi Futian had used his 7-star glory plane abilities to challenge a Dharma plane and make him lose completely. In the air, Lin Yueyao looked down at Yi Futian, feeling unsettled. Yi Futian had already defeated the 2 strong cultivators of the Dharma plane. He was practically unmatched and unbeatable, even overshadowing Yu Shang's earlier performance. Everyone could practically see his name in the top 3 of the Fenghua rank. They looked toward the emperor and saw that he was smiling. The emperor's eyes were calm and no one knew what he was thinking, but he must appreciate this kind of talent. Take him away. The strong cultivators of the Wang family looked uncomfortable. One waved his hand and people walked onto the Fenghua platform to help Wang Yu down. They'd thought that he would shine brightly today, but unexpectedly, he disgraced them. There was nothing wrong with pursuing girls or being furious about love. However, it was embarrassing to lose to the boyfriend of the one he bullied. Many looked to Yi Futian. He didn't seem ready to back down. At this time, he raised his head slowly and looked toward the Kangyi College students. His gaze fell upon Yu Zhang. Smiling brightly, Yi Futian said, "Your turn." As soon as he spoke, Yu Zhang's gaze hardened, but it was not only him. All the strong cultivators in the air focused their gazes there. Was he going to challenge all the strong ones in the Dharma plane? Chapter 123. Of course, Yi Futian had no intentions of fighting every single Dharma plane participant, but if he wanted to get into the top 3, he had to demonstrate the best of his talents for the emperor. In all honesty, revealing his twin spirits and defeating 2 Dharma plane cultivators was already enough, but Yi Futian did not want to risk anything. Because of this, it was better to defeat one more person in the Dharma plane as a safety measure. If he must defeat one more person, then Yu Zhang was naturally the best target. Yu Zhang did not look too good. He watched as Yi Futian stood in the air, looking at him with a smile. At last night's dinner, Yu Zhang had stepped in with a couple words of his own, when Yi Futian ignored Bai Qiu's suggestion of a collaborative performance from Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. This must have been Yi Futian's revenge. At the time, Yu Zhang thought that a mere 7-starred glory plane cultivator had no right to be pretentious and arrogant in front of Bai Qiu. But after the 2 battles just now, Yi Futian's power and strength made Yu Zhang realize how right it was for him to be arrogant. If Bai Qiu did not want to perform, what gave him the right to request that Yi Futian played and for Hua Jieyu to dance along? Stepping forward, Yu Zhang's eyes did not display much confidence. Neither Bai Qiu nor Wang Yu was any weaker than Yu Zhang, but they had both been defeated. The difference between the 3 was that Bai Qiu majored in musical sorcery, Wang Yu in martial arts, and Yu Zhang in sorcery. Walking up to Yi Futian, Yu Zhang did not say anything. His life spirit released the realization of Dharma. Both of them were released at the same time, forming a tree. The tree grew taller and taller, seeming to have been formed by spiritual qi. The branches and leaves extended outward non-stop, and Yu Zhang stood at the center of the tree. Yu Zhang was a wood elemental sorcerer. He only cultivated in one element, but because he was a mandate sorcerer, he was able to cultivate this one element to its greatest potential. His powers were just as frightening as the rest. The giant tree's branches rustled toward Yi Futian. Gathering the spiritual qi around him, he was able to release the lock of 1,000 vines. In a split second, the vines blocked the sky and tried to encapsulate Yi Futian. Because of his life spirit and the realization of Dharma, the wood elemental sorcery that Yu Zhang used was much more powerful than that of other wood sorcerers. In a flash, Yi Futian moved backwards. At the same time, a fire dragon appeared. Growling, it raced towards the vines ahead. Fire sorcery was able to affect wood sorcery to a certain extent. But this was also true vice versa. Yu Zhang's sorcery was far more powerful than Yi Futian's. The vines brushed over the fire dragon and continued to travel towards Yi Futian. He can also use fire sorcery. He cultivates in sorcery. Everyone watching Yi Futian was speechless. Once again, they thought back to what he said. I only cultivated musical sorcery to better myself. Boom! A wild flame erupted from Yi Futian. Unless amounts of fire spiritual qi rushed into his body. Very quickly, Yi Futian was bathing in the burning flames. His body was like an incinerator, ready to turn everything into ash. Even the long golden rod in his hand was enveloped in flames. The colors of the gold and the flames together were captivating. Of course, Yi Futian knew that he couldn't go up against a powerful cultivator in the Dharma plane with just sorcery. Although his sorcery was pretty powerful, it was visibly much weaker than his abilities in martial arts. He cultivated the enhancement methods passed down from Emperor Yi Qing, and then later acquired the imperial tactics. Every fiber of his body incredibly powerful. With just pure strength, he would have been able to defeat everyone below the Dharma plane. However, those in the Dharma plane were able to release the realization of Dharma. It was necessary to use tactics never seen before like the 9 heavenly attacks to bridge the gap in planes. It was the only way to defeat an opponent in a much higher plane. Even though it was true that Yi Futian was a full attribute mandate sorcerer and was highly gifted, because he cultivated in battle tactics, he was still stronger in martial arts under comparison with sorcery. When the vines came closer, his body soared through the air. His rod danced and a great force of power collected. The vines kept chasing after Yi Futian like there was no limit to where they could go. Yi Futian ignored the vines and continued to fly in the sky. He then swung his rod downward and a fearsome burst of flames rushed to engulf the vines. An apparition of the rod appeared and attacked Yu Zhang. Yu Zhang's face was emotionless. Countless vines appeared in front of him and blocked off the attack. However, that could not be considered a real attack. Yi Futian's rod swung down once again. His movements in the sky were not those of a battle. It looked more like he was practicing using the rod. This guy. Many people watched Yi Futian as he waved the golden rod enveloped in flames around in the sky. They began to realize that he was indeed practicing. To practice while in combat with Yu Zhang. What did Yi Futian take him for? Yu Zhang had realized as well. His expression was not too good. He moved up along the tree and straight for Yi Futian. The tree rustled loudly as with spiritual qi exploded in the air. Behind Yu Zhang, the giant tree shined brightly and began to grow outward continuously. It blocked the sky like a mystical tree. The giant tree vine curling toward Yi Futian looked like a coiling black dragon. The binding of the black dragon was a wood elemental spell, and needed to be initiated with a strong force of wood spiritual qi. Yi Futian continued to mess with the rod. It was as if he could not see what was going on. When the vine got closer, he struck down for the third time and the wood elemental black dragon was destroyed. Yu Zhang's expression fell. Watching Yi Futian wave the rod around, collecting more power, he knew that things were taking a turn for the worst. Yi Futian destroyed Wang Yu with 4 strikes during the previous battle. Now he was collecting power in preparation for his 4th strike at Yu Zhang. Just as everyone thought, Yi Futian was indeed cultivating. Previously, he made it to the 4th attack of the 9 heavenly attacks because of the imperial tactics. Now, he wanted to accomplish the same thing with his own powers. His will was strong. Right now, Yi Futian had no other thoughts. Everything around him had nothing to do with him. A large force of power gathered around him. It felt heavy. The 9 heavenly attacks were aggressive but hard to control. Strong willpower was needed to initiate it. Yi Futian's movements seemed to have slowed. Just then, the binding of the black dragon descended upon him once again. The vines came with frighteningly sharp thorns. They moved toward Yi Futian. Boom! Yi Futian emitted a shocking force of power. Next, the rod swung down and the black dragon exploded into pieces. Flames lit up the sky. Yi Futian followed the motion of the rod and descended like a burning man. Everything he passed turned into ash. This continued until the rod finally met with Yu Zhang's body. The hit smashed Yu Zhang down onto the Fenghua platform. Everywhere around the platform was extremely quiet. Their eyes went to the handsome figure in the sky. Yi Futian had defeated 3 Dharma plane cultivators in a row. He was good at musical sorcery, martial arts, sorcery, and was gifted in multiple elements, such as the element of spirit, metal, wind, and fire. Just as Yi Futian had predicted with his gifts, he was most definitely going to be in the top 3 on the Fenghua rank. He was only in the 7-starred glory plane but was already one of the best among the group of 15 just in terms of combat skills. Besides the couple people in the 2nd-level Dharma plane, who would be able to touch him? Yi Futian did not spare a second glance at Yu Zhang, who had fallen to the ground. His wild aura disappeared and, in a flash, he was back on the Black Wind Eagle. Many people continued to stare at Yi Futian. He was handsome and had a bright personality. He always had a light smile on his face, giving others a very comfortable feeling. But this handsome young man who didn't look like could hurt a fly, had just brutally defeated 3 extremely talented Dharma plane cultivators. Then their attention shifted to Hua Jieyu, who was beside him. Presently, there was no one else who thought it was unfitting for the two to be together. They were the perfect couple, a match made in heaven. They were both unbelievably gifted and incredibly good-looking. When they stood together, Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao, as well as the pride of all clans, could not hold a candle to them. Furthermore, there was still Yu Shang, standing behind the couple. He was also so talented it was unnatural. People thought, what kind of group is this? After the shock had passed, the battles continued. Participants in the Dharma plane made exchanges on the platform. Young Lord Yi Wuxian and Kangyi College's Wu Qianfan could be described as invincible. There was no one who could lay a hand on them. Without incident, these two would be the 2 most powerful people at the Fenghua banquet. Besides them, there was a prodigy-level person who was not from the Kangyi Kingdom. He was also very powerful. After they were defeated by Yi Futian, Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang continued to battle. However, they had lost their air of arrogance. They had been taught a lesson by a 7-starred glory plane cultivator, and no longer had the right to be arrogant. But to be honest, they were not weak at all. They were victorious battle after battle against those in the same plane. This helped everyone understand. The 2 of them weren't weak. Yi Futian was simply way too powerful. Even if it had been someone else in the 1st-level Dharma plane who fought against Yi Futian, the results would be the same. If that's how it was, Bai Qiu and Yu Zhang still had a chance to enter the Fenghua rank. Wang Yu was the most pitiful. He was beat until he lost his power to battle. He didn't even get a chance to demonstrate his talents. There was no reason for the emperor to pick him. In the glory plane, Lin Yueyao and Hua Zhixin battled. Both beauties were talented, but with the advantage of being in a higher plane, Lin Yueyao won. Despite that, Hua Zhixin perfectly displayed her combat skills in this battle. In terms of gifts and talents, Hua Zhixin wouldn't have lost to Lin Yueyao. After the 2 of them fought, there was no one else to compete. In the glory plane there was also Yi Futian, Yu Shang and Hua Jieyu, but who would they fight? They might as well challenge those in the Dharma plane. This saddened the 2 young women. Today on the Fenghua platform, the one who shined the brightest would have, without a doubt, been Hua Jieyu. She stole Lin Yueyao's spotlight. Yu Shang fought another battle with someone in the Dharma plane. However, he did not win. The reason for that was simple. The opponent could fly and Yu Shang couldn't, so he could endure take the attacks. This pissed off Yu Shang big time. In the end, even though Yu Shang hadn't been beat into the ground, he still stepped off the Fenghua platform feeling very melancholic. Although he did not win, no one dared to underestimate Yu Shang's gifts. This guy was also able to fight Dharma plane cultivators. If only he could fly, then he would have had a chance of defeating those in the Dharma plane. As the battles came and went, the Fenghua banquet was getting closer to the end. No one would have ever expected for 3 7-starred glory plane cultivators to come out of nowhere and display such talents at the Fenghua banquet. Chapter 124. It was a little bit quiet since there were fewer people went to battle on the Fenghua platform. Only the strongest were left. They were the young Lord Yi Wuxian, Zhuo Qianfan from Kangyi College, and Li Yi. Other than Yi Futian's trio, Li Yi was the other dark horse. No one knew him before and he was not from this kingdom either. Among the talents from the other nations, Li Yi would be the most outstanding if Yi Futian's trio wasn't there. His life spirit was the sunbird, a 3-foot golden bird with the attributes of both wind and fire. He cultivated both sorcery and martial arts at the same time, and his martial arts techniques were peculiar. When fighting, the fire inside him seemed to come not only from the spiritual qi of the world. It was more frightening than it. At this moment, Li Yi came out and looked at Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian had shone so brightly on the Fenghua platform, but he still wanted to try. Yi Wuqian landed on the platform quickly. He looked calm as usual, his body standing there like a sword. Such temperament became especially obvious when he was about to fight. It was as if the intent of the sword surrounded him. Li Yi also reached the realization of Dharma through his life spirit. He turned into a huge golden bird. The flames could burn everything, and were far stronger than Wang Yu's. "You still won't release the Dharma?" Li Yi asked. "No need." Yi Wuqian was still calm, his tone full of confidence. The illusions of golden birds pounced toward Yi Wuqian with monstrous flames. For a moment, Yi Wuqian's body was set on fire. But he stood still with sword's light swirling around in a storm. They slashed through the illusions of the golden birds. What strong sword intent! People felt their hearts fluttering. The sword intent around Yi Wuqian seemed to turn into a substantive sword moving around his body. It was amazing. Before the Fenghua banquet started, Yi Wuqian had been cheered the most. Everyone took him as the strongest, and Yi Wuqian didn't disappoint them. Li Yi moved quickly toward Yi Wuqian. Yi Wuqian stepped forward only one step, and the sword intent swept as if it gathered an endless amount into one sword. He was that one sword. Li Yi halted. Yi Wuqian seemed to be a real sword to him instead of a man. The flames went out. Li Yi turned and flew away. "I was defeated." Hearing Li Yi's voice, the people felt somewhat confused. In the beginning, Li Yi chose to challenge Yi Wuqian even when knowing his mightiness. Why did he concede before the fight? They didn't understand, but for Li Yi, he knew he was defeated as soon as Yi Wuqian stepped forward. He hadn't reached the other state, not only technically but also spiritually. Yi Wuqian drew back his foot and returned to the air. Many eyes fell upon Zhuo Qianfan, who was the only one left who was considered a threat to Yi Wuqian. However, Zhuo Qianfan was not going to fight. Perhaps he was not confident enough. Of course, as long as he didn't fight, no one would know who was stronger. Yi Wuqian didn't have the desire to challenge him. He was confident enough to believe that there were no rivals on the Fenghua banquet, and there was no need to challenge anyone. The Fenghua platform became quiet again. It seemed that no one continued to fight. An elder of Kangyi College went on the platform and said, "Anyone else? Otherwise, this is the end." No one responded. The elder looked at the emperor. Emperor Yi nodded slightly. The disciples from the Kangyi College bowed and departed. People all looked at those young people in the void. 10 of them would be called out by the emperor and shine brightly. There were many guesses about the ranking. "Go up to the platform," the emperor said, smiling. Everyone went to the stage, including Yi Futian's trio. Only Wang Yu was lifted up pathetically. The pitiful Wang Yu glared at Yi Futian. He didn't want to come since it was impossible for him to be on the list. However, this is the rule of the Fenghua banquet. His father ordered some people to carry him to the platform. Yi Futian didn't look at Wang Yu. Wang Yu definitely hadn't expected to have such consequences when he was fighting for Lin Yueyao. The 15 people all appeared on the platform. Yi Wuqian still looked calm as if he didn't care about anything, while Zhuo Qianfan smiled handsomely. Lin Yueyao looked around with a complex expression. Her beautiful eyes flitted between Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. She had never thought that there could be another woman who shone brighter than her. Yu Jiang and Bai Qiu had lost their previous arrogance because of that man on the platform, Yi Futian. Although they performed well in the later rounds, people would only remember the round with Yi Futian. The youth was too talented that they could only serve to make him look better in comparison. Gradually, they looked up at the throne in front. The emperor smiled at them and said, "Number 10 on the Fenghua list, Lin Yueyao." The emperor's voice made people's hearts tremble. Lin Yueyao, the first beauty of Kangyi Kingdom, was very talented. She had been renowned even before the Fenghua banquet. Now, she was indeed on the Fenghua list, but in last place. To appear on the list was unattainable for most people. However, there was nothing to be proud of for Lin Yueyao. In her 2 fights, she was defeated by Hua Jieyu and won Hua Zhixin slightly. No one could complain about the emperor's ranking. It was reasonable. Number 9, Yu Jiang, the emperor continued to announce. The hero of the Kangyi College was ninth. Although he was defeated by Yi Futian, he still performed outstandingly. He deserved the ninth place. Number 8 by Chiu, the emperor went on. Many people also guessed this outcome. Yu Jiang by Chiu and Wang Yu were the three talents in realization of Dharma, but they were all defeated by Yi Futian. However, it was proved later that Yu Jiang and Bai Chiu were not weaker than the others in the Dharma plane. It was just because Yi Futian was too monstrous. Therefore, Yi Futian must be one of the top 3. It was absolutely a miracle that a man from the 7-star glory plane could be one of the top 3. Number 7, Hua Zhixin. Hua Zhixin, another beauty, was the 7th. Hua Zhixin herself felt a little bit surprised. She looked at the emperor with puzzlement. She had only fought with Lin Yueyao and she was defeated. Why would the emperor put her in 7th place? It was unexpected not only for Hua Zhixin but also for many other people. However, they knew that it couldn't call a defeat since Hua Zhixin had used the 8-star glory plane to fight with Lin Yueyao to that extent. If she was on the same plane as Lin Yueyao, it was quite possible for her to win. Lin Yueyao was also stunned. She had battled twice, defeated by Hua Jieyu but victorious over Hua Zhixin. However, the emperor ranked her at the last and set Hua Zhixin at the 7th place. It was natural to be upset. Number 6, Li Yi, the emperor continued. Li Yi, a strong cultivator in the Dharma plane, was 6th. There were 5 people left. Yi Futian's trio were all in the top 5. Other than them, there was also Yi Wuqian and Zhuo Qianfan. These two hadn't been defeated yet. In fact, Yu Sheng was just like Hua Zhixin. He had only fought once and was defeated. So what? Who was Yu Sheng's competitor? It was the genius in the Dharma plane and it shouldn't be counted as a defeat. He had left because he couldn't hit the other. As for Hua Zhixin and Lin Yueyao, Yu Sheng just didn't want to fight with them, which made sense to everyone. No one was surprised by the result. There was another man who was defeated in his only fight but was also strong. It was Wang Yu, but he was different. His rival was Yi Futian, who was only at the 7-star glory plane. They were on the same plane but different levels. However, he was defeated to a miserable extent as everyone could see. After that, he had no chance to prove himself as Bai Chiu and Yu Jiang did. He could blame no one. It was destined that his name couldn't appear on the list. Next was the top 5. Everyone was looking forward to the result. Emperor Yi looked at those people on the platform. Everyone tensed. The remaining people were really difficult to rank. Of Zhuo Qianfan, Hua Jieyu and Yu Sheng, who would be the 5th? Zhuo Qianfan hadn't been defeated yet, while what he had showed was just as powerful as Yi Wuqian. Therefore, Zhuo Qianfan and Yi Wuqian must be the 2 strongest. Some people wondered whether Zhuo Qianfan didn't challenge Yi Wuqian to deliberately avoid him. As for Hua Jieyu, she had only fought once and defeated Lin Yueyao, crossing 2 planes. Yu Sheng was also strong. There would be dispute no matter who was the 5th. Do you have anything to say? The emperor smiled and asked. Everyone's expressions grew complex. Zhuo Qianfan smiled and said, Your Highness, though I haven't fought with Yi Wuqian, there is a greater possibility for me to be defeated if we battle. From Yi Wuqian's matchless demeanor, he must be the top one. As for me, just take me as I was defeated. Many people looked at Zhuo Qianfan in surprise. He seemed to be uninterested in the ranking. Many people admired his attitude, for he took the initiative to admit that he would be defeated and recommended Yi Wuqian to be the top one. But Yu Sheng glanced at Zhuo Qianfan coolly. For him, the first place should be Yi Futian. Zhuo Qianfan didn't have the right to judge and disturb the emperor's decision. Yu Sheng knew that Yi Futian might not be so interested in the rank either. He didn't challenge anyone else after defeating the 3 talents in the Dharma plane. This meant his goal was only the top 3. He attended the Fenghua banquet only for his teacher's injury. Whether it was 1st or 3rd place was not so important to him. However, Yu Sheng cared about this. Zhuo Qianfan was from the Kangyi College while Yi Futian had humiliated Yu Jiang, who was from Kangyi College too. Chapter 125. Although Yu Sheng had a bad temper, he was definitely not dumb. On the contrary, he was very smart in certain aspects. Zhuo Qianfan's words made him some generous, but in reality, they carried a hidden meaning. He said it on purpose. Any place in the top 3 was honorable, and could make a request to the emperor, but first place and the 2 places afterward were still different. Many times people only ever remembered those in first place. Plus, if Yi Wuqian was first, that meant the determining factor was ability, then it would be only fair to give Zuo Qianfan second place. I only had 1 battle and was defeated. I should be in 5th place, said Yu Shang. He suddenly looked in the emperor's direction and said, Zuo Qianfan and Yi Wuqian are both second-level Dharma plane cultivators. Yi Wuqian being the stronger of the 2. Although Zuo Qianfan was not actually defeated in battle, he did not battle with Yi Wuqian and has admitted that he is lacking in comparison. Zuo Qianfan did not fully prove his worth. He should be 4th place. Zuo Qianfan and Yu Jiang were dumbfounded by Yu Shang's words. Especially Zuo Qianfan. His gaze turned sharp as a knife. Yu Shang had pointed out in front of everyone that Zuo Qianfan had not proved his worth. That makes sense, the emperor smiled and nodded. Even though you only fought 1 battle, it was with a Dharma plane cultivator. Had it been anyone in planes lower than the Dharma plane, you would have easily won, he said to Yu Shang. As for Zuo Qianfan, you have incredible abilities and is obviously very generous. You are indeed a student of Kangyi College. Emperor Yi announced with a smile on his face. 5th place on Fenghua rank goes to Zuo Qianfan. Hearing Emperor Ye's compliment, Zuo Qianfan let out a small smile, but that smile froze on his face when he heard the second half of the sentence. However, he recovered quickly. In the air above the Fenghua platform, many people had their attention trained in their direction. The conversation between Yu Shang, Zuo Qianfan, and the emperor was full of hidden meanings. In the end, Emperor Yi had placed Zuo Qianfan in 5th. Kangyi College was the most well-known place of cultivation in the imperial city, but although they had 2 students on the Fenghua rank, none of them made it to top 3. Hua Jieyu 4th. The audience did not think much of it. Emperor Yi continued to announce the results, and in 4th place was Hua Jieyu, not Yu Shang. Yu Shang had asked to be placed 5th, but now, the emperor had left him for the top 3. Yu Shang actually made it into the top 3 despite his loss in the only battle he fought. This seemed senseless but right at the same time. The Fenghua rank did not only look at wins or losses, but combat power and abilities as well. When making a decision, it was only natural that the emperor also took gifts, talents, and potential into consideration. For example, even though it was Hua Jieyu who defeated Lin Yueyao, Yu Shang would have been able to as well. Hua Jieyu also battled with Wang Yu but was unable to contend against him. Yu Shang, on the other hand, was able to face his opponent's realization of Dharma. The ranking between the 2 was clear. And that was why Yu Shang placed before Hua Jieyu. Yu Shang felt surprised himself and looked strangely at the emperor. It seemed Emperor Yi felt his gaze because he chuckled before saying, Yu Shang 3rd. Hearing that Yu Shang was placed 3rd in the end, many people looked at the emperor in admiration. The rankings from 3rd to 10th place looked simple but was actually very complicated. Yi Wuqian was the most powerful cultivator at the Fenghua banquet, and Yi Futian was the most fearsome. He was able to defeat people in planes much higher. The 2 of them were rightfully in the top 2. Next, it was time to see who got first place. At this moment, everyone stared closely at Emperor Yi, awaiting his answer. However, what he did was turn his gaze over to the last 2 participants. He smiled and asked them, "What do you guys think about this?" Yi Wuqian's gaze fell on Yi Futian. He said, "I am a 2nd-level Dharma plane cultivator, and you a 7-starred glory plane cultivator. In the battles before, I didn't challenge you to a battle because it would put you at too much of a disadvantage. But since His Majesty has asked, I really want to experience the tactics you used with the rod. I'll only defend, no attacks. How does that sound?" The 9 heavenly attacks was truly a majestic sight, but at Yi Wuqian's level of cultivation, it would be too much for him to initiate a challenge with Yi Futian. Yi Futian gave him an odd look but nodded anyway. All right. Having arrived at an agreement, the 2 stepped on to the center of the Fenghua platform. They stood opposite of each other. Yi Wuqian stood there exuding the intention of sword. He seemed sharp as a sword. In Yi Futian's hand, the long rod appeared. Boom! Yi Futian took a step forward. An invisible force suddenly exploded. Boom! He took another step, this time stronger than the last. Step by step, Yi Futian walked closer to Yi Wuqian. With every step, the force of power escalated until a powerful storm began to revolve around Yi Futian's body. Yi Wuqian remained standing quietly. No matter what Yi Futian did, he remained stationary. When the force escalated all the way to the top, Yi Futian's wings appeared and took him up in the air. Like a bolt of lightning, the long golden rod struck down, and in the air, a bright light flashed by. Just then Yi Wuqian took a small step forward. Only one step. A wave of sword intent charged towards the rod, striking down at him. A loud crash. He was not able to destroy the golden rod. Instead, the intent of sword was repelled back at Yi Wuqian. Yi Futian used the force of repulsion to his advantage. He soared through the sky, his force even stronger now. The rod struck down a second time, stronger than the first. Yi Wuqian reached out his hand to point into the air. The intent of sword filled the air and raced into the sky. Yi Futian could feel an invisible storm of swords hitting the long rod. Even though Yi Futian had a great force behind him, he was still unable to advance forward. He soared through the air once again and administered the third attack of the 9 heavenly attacks. Yi Wuqian lifted his head to look up at the sky, and the intent of 1,000 swords gathered by him. All of them rushed towards the rod coming down at him. The third attack had also been blocked. Having been fended off once again, Yi Futian stood arrogantly in the air. The force of power flowed around his body. His gaze sharpened and fell on Yi Wuqian below. Unknowingly, an intent to battle brewed in Yi Futian. Compared to Wang Yu, Baiqiu, and the rest, Yi Wuqian's abilities were much stronger. He was on a different level from everyone else. The long rod danced in the air and its apparitions appeared. A large wave of intent of battle washed downward and an explosion sounded. With the great force of power pushing forward, the rod struck for the 4th time. The tens of thousands of apparitions combined into one. The intent of sword rushed towards the rod once again, but this time it was destroyed. At this sight, Yi Wuqian moved quickly. With a step he lifted into the air. His body morphed into a sword. The intent of sword joined his body and charged at the long rod. Finally, when the rod struck again, the endless amount of sword intent filled the finger that Yi Wuqian pointed out with, and a large sword appeared. When the two weapons meet, they were both destroyed, dissipating into nothing. Yi Futian stood in the air and looked at Yi Wuqian. With a smile, he complimented, "Incredible." Yi Futian did not care too much about wins and losses. Although Yi Wuqian was in the 2nd level Dharma plane, he was incredibly gifted to begin with. So, even though he was in the same plane as Baiqiu and others, they could not be compared. This gap between Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian was too large for Yi Futian to overcome. Yi Wuqian nodded and returned to his original position. Yi Futian also returned to stand beside Yushang and Hua Jieyu. The results of this round were not as surprising to everyone. The gap was too great. Emperor Yi looked at the two of them, and then his gaze settled on Yi Wuqian. "Wuqian, how would you feel if I placed you first?" Everyone's heart began to race. Had the emperor already decided who was going to be first place on the Fenghua rank? Yi Wuqian was invincible during this year's Fenghua banquet, and was definitely qualified to be first. Yi Wuqian lifted his head to look at Emperor Yi. Under the gaze of all spectators, he opened his mouth slowly and said, "Yi Futian is more qualified than I am." His words dumbfounded everyone. They all looked at him in shock. But Emperor Yi only smiled, seemingly very satisfied at Yi Wuqian's reply. He looked at Yi Wuqian and smiled, "Then as you wish. Second on the Fenghua rank, Yi Wuqian." At this announcement everyone was shaken. They were surprised by the emperor's decision. The emperor had asked Yi Wuqian what he thought of being first. This made everyone think that he was going to be in first place. But now, countless pairs of eyes landed on the Fenghua platform, right at the handsome figure standing between Hua Jieyu and Yushang. They all knew that after today, Yi Futian would be famous throughout the entire Kangyi kingdom. Beside Emperor Yi, Yilingxi smiled at Yi Futian. He was finally receiving the honor he deserved for his gifts. He defeated 3 Dharma plane cultivators in a row, and was destined to shine brighter than others. "First place on the Fenghua rank, Yi Futian," said Emperor Yi with a smile. Everyone was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. All eyes were focused on a single person, truly the center of attention. Zhuo Qianfan and Yu Jiang of the Kangyi College stood frozen. Yi Futian? First place? While Zhuo Qianfan was placed 5th. Baiqiu and Wang Yu looked coldly at Yi Futian. Hua Zhixin hid a smile. She was happy for him. Lin Yueyao looked conflicted. Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian. He had been chased from the Nandu nation. Carrying rage and hate, he had come a long way to arrive at the Kangyi kingdom. He never expected to stand out so much in this country. This was the kind of person Yi Futian was. No matter where he went, he would always be the most outstanding, the brightest existence. No one could go above him. Yusheng burst into laughter. His smile was silly, making him look like a completely different person than the wild fighter from before. He was so happy it was like he had gotten first place. It was possible that Yusheng wouldn't even be this happy had he actually gotten first place himself. Far away, Hua Fenglu, Nanduwanin, Tangwan, Tanglan, and Yi Qingxian were all looking at Yi Futian. A great big smile met all of their eyes. The young man already stood out from the rest in the city of Donghai. It was Emperor Luo's imperial order that ended his journey in the Nandu nation abruptly. It was fortunate that the emperor of the Kangyi kingdom appreciated Yi Futian's gifts and gave him the honor he deserved. Out of all the gifted and talented young cultivators in the Kangyi kingdom who had gathered for the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian was first. Emperor Yi smiled at Yusheng and asked, "Yusheng, have you thought about what request you would like to make?" Yusheng lifted his head, and his eyes met with Emperor Yi. He scratched his head. He actually hadn't thought of any request he would like to make because he never thought he would make it into the top 3. "Your Majesty, you seem like a pretty nice guy, so I won't ask you for anything," Yusheng said with an honest smile. To him, Yi Futian's honor was more important than everything else. The sight of Emperor Yi was a lot more pleasing to Yusheng now. Everyone was shocked by Yusheng's utterance. A pretty nice guy? Even Emperor Yi was dumbfounded. He then let out a light-hearted laugh. To Yusheng he said, "No one has ever said that to me before. I'll remember what you said." Chapter 126. The nobles around Emperor Yi also laughed. His Majesty seemed to really appreciate Yusheng. But everyone was surprised to find him, a humanoid monster when fighting, so simple and honest. No one expected that Yusheng would give up such an opportunity which many people longed for. Emperor Yi even joked that he had the chance to marry the princess with this opportunity. "You idiot," Yi Futian scolded under his breath while still smiling. He looked toward the emperor. "Yusheng, there is no jesting in His Majesty's words. Since you get the top 3, you should ask for something or you are looking down upon His Majesty." Hearing Yi Futian's voice, everyone looked at him startled. That handsome figure, standing there quietly, looked to the emperor straightforwardly and sincerely as if he was really thinking for the emperor's good. Even Emperor Yi was astonished. His words seemed to be quite reasonable. "That's right. Yusheng, if you don't ask for a reward, you are looking down upon me. Think about it again." The emperor smiled at Yi Futian and Yusheng. These two little kids are really interesting. Yusheng was bewildered. He looked at the emperor and then looked at Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu chuckled. He was the same as before. "Wuchen, what's your request?" The emperor looked at Yi Wuchen, smiling. "Your Highness, I would like to pay a visit to the palace's library," Yi Wuchen answered. The emperor's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "You make some good requests. Pay, I promise you." "Thank you, Your Highness," Yi Wuchen said. The emperor finally looked to Yi Futian and asked, "Yi Futian, what do you want?" "Your Highness, I want to have my teacher cured," Yi Futian said with anticipation in his eyes. This was the reason why he attended the Fenghua banquet. Many people were somewhat surprised. Since Yi Futian was so talented, who would his teacher be? And this person seemed to have been injured. So Yi Futian asked for the emperor's help. "Where is your teacher and how was he injured?" the emperor asked. Yi Futian looked back to the crowd's direction and shouted, "Masteress!" Hearing Yi Futian, Nanduwanin and Tanglan walked out from the crowd. They helped Hua Fenglu to the Fenghua platform. Many people were shocked at the trio. Without mentioning their talent, this group was just too good-looking. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's good looks went without saying. Now among these 3 people, Hua Fenglu was handsome with a gentle demeanor while Nanduwanin next to him was so elegant, noble, and as beautiful as the queen beside the emperor. Tanglan was also very attractive. Father, mother. Hua Jieyu went forward. People suddenly understood their relationships. No wonder Hua Jieyu had such charming features. Then people looked at Yi Futian. This guy had snatched his teacher's daughter. Amazing. At the same time, they also vaguely guessed the reason why Yi Futian attended Fenghua banquet to show his talent. He attended it for his teacher. My teacher's life spirit has been destroyed. Later he forced his life spirit to fight, which caused great trauma to his spiritual force, Yi Futian explained. I heard that only sorcerers from spiritual elemental can cure my teacher's injury. Please help me, Your Majesty. Can you still release your life spirit? The emperor asked, looking at Hua Fenglu. Hua Fenglu nodded slightly. Then a light shone as if his life spirit appeared, but instead of it, the people saw broken fragments of a guqin. People inferred that Hua Fenglu must be a music sorcerer from Yi Futian's music spell. Emperor Yi also figured out this fact and nodded. No problem. His injury can be cured. Yi Futian expected this but was still very comforted to hear this from the emperor. He bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Weren't you the one who said that a man would never go against his words? Since I've promised you, I will definitely meet my words, the emperor said, smiling. Yi Futian smiled too. The emperor had seen through him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hua Jieyu expressed her thanks too. Would her father's injury finally be cured? Nandu Wanyin and Tanglan looked at Hua Fenglu and smiled. They then looked at Yi Futian gratified. Hua Fenglu was very calm but felt warm inside too. Although this disciple was sometimes shameless, he was still fond of the youth since Yi Futian was very like him. Yusheng, are you ready? The emperor once again asked Yusheng. Yusheng looked at Yi Futian and said, I want to find my teacher. Yi Futian immediately understood him. Thinking of Yixiang, Yi Futian also missed him. That old man must be safe. Let me explain, Yi Futian said. From the emperor's attitude today, Yi Futian thought it would be proper to tell their true identity since the two countries were rivals. Okay. Yusheng nodded. Yi Futian looked to the emperor and said, I want to ask Your Majesty's forgiveness first. The emperor looked at him in puzzlement. Another forgiveness? These guys seem to have some secrets. Say it. I will not punish you, the emperor said. We are not from the Kangyi kingdom, Yi Futian said. Hearing this, many cheery people became silent and studied Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian, Yusheng, and Hua Jieyu had displayed amazing talent at this banquet. Now they said they were not the people of this kingdom. They took 2 of the top 3 places. This was a slap to the talents of Kangyi kingdom. The emperor was slightly stunned but recovered instantly. They were so gifted but not the people of this kingdom. They must have attended the Fenghua banquet for an ulterior motive. Go on, the emperor said. We come from East Sea Prefecture of the Nandu Nation. Yi Futian's words raised an uproar in the surrounding crowd. The Nandu Nation was the enemy of Kangyi kingdom. People from the enemy nation came to their Fenghua banquet and shone so brightly. I cultivated in Donghai Academy, but on the last day of the divine calendar, Yi Futian continued, Emperor Luo suddenly ordered to execute us. Thanks to the elders' fight to the death to protect us, we escaped safely to the Kangyi kingdom. Emperor Yi nodded lightly. He looked at Hua Jieyu, smiled and said, No wonder I am familiar with her life spirit. She must have an uncommon identity, right? My masteress comes from the Nandu clan, the past noble family of Nandu Nation, but the Nandu family was also ordered to kill us. Yi Futian did not conceal anything since the emperor had guessed it. The East Sea Prefecture was in such unrest. If Emperor Yi wanted to investigate, it was very easy to find out. It would be better for him to tell everything straightforwardly. The past royal family, so she was a former princess. Emperor Yi smiled and continued, What does this have to do with Yusheng's request? Yusheng's teacher was also one of the elders, Yixiang, the former headmaster of the School of Finance Star in East Sea Prefecture. Yi Futian answered. In order to help us escape, he left to fight the pursuers. Yusheng naturally worries about him. He wants to ask whether Your Majesty could help find his teacher. Emperor Yi looked at Yusheng and the youth nodded. In the distance, Yi Qingshuan's eyes reddened. She had been worried about her father all these days. She hoped Emperor Yi could agree. Countless eyes fell upon Emperor Yi, including Yi Futian and Yusheng. Although they were from Nandu Nation, they were being chased by the killers from Nandu. Therefore, Emperor Yi could not blame them. Yi Futian guessed that the emperor might agree, but before the emperor did so, He was still unsure about it. Emperor Yi looked at the people in front of him. Geniuses from Nandu and members of the old royal family. Why did Emperor Luo want to kill them? Emperor Yi could guess a few reasons why an emperor would order to kill these young people. They threatened the royal power. A cultivator's nationality should not restrict them. Though you are from the Nandu nation, now that you have come to my kingdom, you are my citizen. Emperor Yi said, "It's their loss to expel you." Hearing the emperor's words, Yi Futian and the others felt reassured. Emperor Yi looked to Yi Futian again and smiled. "What you and Yusheng asked is not a big deal. Promise you. In addition, the three of you are in the top 5. You deserve the reward. You and Yusheng made requests, so I will give Hua Jieyu the reward. She is the descendant of the old royal family, a former princess. Now that she has come to the Kangyi kingdom, I shall confer her the title of a non-family princess and give her the freedom to enter the palace. What say you?" Emperor Yi had figured out Yi Futian's importance in this group. Hua Jieyu was his girlfriend while Yusheng was willing to listen to him. Even his master and masteress trusted him very much. This was why Emperor Yi was talking to Yi Futian. The surrounding people were shocked that the emperor wanted to make Hua Jieyu a princess. According to the emperor, Hua Jieyu was rewarded for the three of them. The reward of the title of princess was reasonable as a combination of the first, third, and fourth place rewards. After a while, many people recovered from the shock. They immediately understood the emperor's intention, and their eyes were full of admiration. The group was wanted for death in the Nandu nation, but Kangyi Kingdom's emperor rewarded them heavily, even conferring Hua Jieyu the title of princess. Not only did he strengthen ties, this action also represented Emperor Ye's generosity. Yi Futian naturally understood this. He wasn't hung up on Nandu nation's status. Hua Jieyu's title of princess was just a title, but it represented Emperor Ye's attitude and required a response. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Yi Futian said without any hesitation. Everyone was stunned by this. What a surprise for today's Fenghua banquet. Hua Jieyu was conferred the title of non-family princess. Chapter 127. Hua Jieyu was still in a daze. How did she suddenly become a princess of the Kangyi kingdom? Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenyin also froze momentarily. Then they broke out into a smile. This way, it could be said that they had gained a footing in the Kangyi kingdom. This would solve many of the worries they had. Many nobles stood to bow at Hua Jieyu. "Greetings, Princess Jieyu." Even though Hua Jieyu was an outsider given the title of princess and did not equal a real princess, everyone understood the emperor's intentions. From now on, Yi Futian's trio was definitely going to be of an extraordinary status. The people must show respect to the emperor's decisions. Besides, it was very logical for Emperor Yi to confer the title upon Hua Jieyu. Conferring her was equal to conferring Yi Futian. The man a princess was in love with would naturally become a prince in the future. "What should Jieyu call Your Majesty?" Yi Futian asked the emperor. "It's just a title, not of importance. For now, she can call me however she pleases. When she gets used to this title, she may even call me godfather if she is willing," smiled Emperor Yi. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian and then at her parents. She was not perfect without proper etiquette. Emperor Yi was so nice to her, and had agreed to heal her father. How could she be casual with what she called him? She looked at Emperor and bowed. "Greetings to Godfather from Jieyu." Emperor Yi smiled brightly. He went on to say, "Talented young men and women have demonstrated their gifts at the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet. Hua Jieyu has proven herself to be beautiful and capable like no other. I am very happy to have her as my goddaughter." "Congratulations, father," said the princes and princesses beside him. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." The nobles congratulated once again. They stood and held out both hands while they bowed to the emperor. Some people in the crowd looked toward Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao, who was still standing on the Fenghua platform. Emperor Yi had said that Hua Jieyu was beautiful like no other. There was no need for explanation. Hua Jieyu was indeed more beautiful than Lin Yueyao. Now, Hua Jieyu had been bestowed the title of princess and was the recipient of everyone's endless praises. It seemed like the title of Kangyi Kingdom's #1 beauty was going to have to transfer over to someone else. "Jieyu, I don't have a welcoming gift prepared at hand, But I will personally make a request to the imperial advisor for him to help your father, Emperor Yi said, smiling. Many people looked at Hua Fenglu enviously. He must have been so proud to have such a disciple and such a daughter. Thank you, godfather. The smile on Hua Jiu's face was big and bright. The imperial advisor must have been a person of great power, seeing how the emperor said he would make a request. As for everyone else's rewards, I have already prepared them in the Kangyi Kingdom library. According to your placing on the Fenghua rank, you may choose one out of 3 things: a treasure, a spell book, or battle tactic book. You may all follow me into the imperial palace. Emperor Yi stood up and continued. The Fenghua banquet is now officially over. After he was done speaking, he turned to guide the empress onto the carriage. The princes and princesses followed after them. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu looked at each other and smiled. The Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet had finally come to an end with great results. They hadn't wasted a trip. Master, let's head into the palace, Yi Futian said to Hua Fenglu. Let's go. Nandu Wanyin sighed loudly and said, do you think there's a chance they could repair your life spirit as well? My life spirit was shattered into pieces. It's not that easy, said Hua Fenglu. He did not have high hopes. As long as they were able to heal his injuries so that he could live like a normal person, he was happy. A large group of people followed the emperor into the imperial palace. However, there were still some people who remained standing around the Fenghua platform, not wanting to leave. The Fenghua banquet was a gathering of cultivators in the Kangyi Kingdom, but instead, the spotlight had been stolen by the trio from the Nandu nation. The 3 of them did not seem to be of any special background, but they were all incredibly powerful. At the Fenghua banquet, Yi Futian got first place, Hua Jieyu was given the title of princess, and Yu Sheng received high regards from the emperor. They 3 of them were destined for greatness. Besides that, everyone witnessed just how powerful Yi Wuchen was. He was invincible on the Fenghua platform. However, Lin Yueyao, who was the center of attention and the most outstanding female in Kangyi Kingdom before the Fenghua banquet, was completely outshined by Hua Jieyu. She had received a mere last place on the Fenghua rank. Even Hua Zhixin had placed higher than her. Only when they saw the large group of figures disappear slowly, did the people around the platform go their separate ways. Afterward, the news spread rapidly all over the imperial Kangyi city. In the imperial palace, the carriage was moving forward. Just then, an imperial bodyguard beside the carriage came to Yi Futian. His Majesty has requested you. Yi Futian nodded and headed for the carriage ahead. Lin Yueyao by Qiu Zhuo Qianfan, and the others watched Yi Futian's silhouette with a mix of emotions. They were all thinking something different. Yi Futian arrived next to the carriage. Your Majesty, he greeted the emperor seated in the carriage. There are still many things you have yet to explain. As talented as you are, what is the royal Luo family's reason for wanting you dead? Asked Emperor Luo. Your Majesty, it might have had something to do with a prophecy told by the Nandu nation's left minister, Minister Zhua, answered Yi Futian. I know that Minister Zhua is an astrologer. Explain, said Emperor Luo. I once traveled with Minister Zhua. It was then that he might have told my fortune. He bestowed the decree of the minister upon me afterward. Then by chance he also told Jieyu's fortune. Because of this, the crown prince became aware of us. He went all the way to Donghai Academy to see me. He asked for me to follow under his leadership, and told me that he would make me his minister once he became the emperor, but I rejected. Then came an imperial order from Emperor Luo. He made me the crown prince's study attendant and Jieyu the crown princess. Our only choice was to defy the order and flee for our lives. Yi Futian did not keep anything from Emperor Yi because he could easily find out the truth by sending someone to Donghai City. The emperor's eyes brightened. Based on what Yi Futian had said, many things became clear. It was obvious that Emperor Luo gave such an order on purpose as an excuse to get rid of Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Looks like you and Jieyu were destined to become emperor and empress. Emperor Yi laughed at Yi Futian. But I've never even thought about becoming emperor. I had no intentions of stealing the Nandu nation throne, said Yi Futian. He did not mention that he indeed was fated to be emperor but not the emperor of a country. You didn't think of it before, but after what happened there's a chance of it happening. This is probably what they call fate, smiled Emperor Yi. Yi Futian did not say anything. He was not going to become the emperor of a country, those were not his intentions, but the royal family of the Nandu nation must be eliminated. He was willing to do anything to make sure this happened. The Luos found an excuse to kill you and yet you were able to escape? Emperor Luo was curious. If Emperor Luo gave out such an order, then it would only make sense that he would have made sure that there was no way Yi Futian could make it out alive. We barely made it, said Yi Futian. My grandmaster sacrificed his life to make sure we survived and Yushang's master, Senior Yixiang, is still missing. He did not tell the emperor that even though such grave sacrifices were made, they never would have made it out of Donghai City alive if it hadn't been for the emperor's will in his body. What Yi Futian didn't know was that even with the emperor's will, he almost didn't make it out of Donghai City. Your grandmaster is very respectable. As for Yixiang, I will send people to find him, but since he is on the run, he may be in hiding. It won't be easy to find him, unless you are able to let him know that you're here, said Emperor Yi. Yi Futian nodded. He understood what the emperor was trying to say. They continued through the imperial palace. The empress and others left first. Emperor Yi ordered someone to lead Yi Wuqian and others on the Fenghua rank to the imperial library, while he personally led Yi Futian's group to another place in the palace. Accompanying them was Princess Yi Lingxi. Deep within the imperial palace was a mountain. It was quiet on the mountain. The only things on the mountain were the ancient trees and a single residence. Everything was peaceful and quiet. Emperor Yi personally guided Yi Futian and the rest on to the mountain. As soon as they entered the residence, an elder came out to welcome them. The elder had white hair and a white beard. He looked wise like a sage. However, his eyes were shut tight, even in the presence of the emperor. On the way up, Yi Lingxi had told them that the imperial advisor could not see. "You're here, your majesty," greeted the imperial advisor. Even though he was blind, it was like he could see who had arrived. He walked directly towards the emperor. "Teacher, it's been a while since I came to bother you," said Emperor Yi. Yi Futian and the others had a look of surprise on their faces. The imperial advisor was Emperor Ye's teacher. "Your Majesty, have you come because of him?" The imperial advisor turned in Hua Fengliu's direction. "That's correct. Teacher, the Fenghua banquet ended today. This is Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu and Yu Sheng. The three of them are unbelievably gifted and have a lot of potential. They may even surpass me in the future." Yi Futian ranked first and his request was for his master's injuries to be healed. "Originally, I did not want to disturb you, but then I took Jieyu as my goddaughter. So the only thing I could do was to ask you to help heal her father," explained Emperor Yi. "They are extraordinary indeed," nodded the imperial advisor. He turned to Hua Fenglu and asked, "How are your injuries?" Hua Fenglu released his broken life spirit once again, then leaned against Nanduwanin fatigued. He didn't even have energy to speak. Yi Futian spoke for him. Master forcefully summoned his life spirit in a battle after it was disabled. "I can heal him, but it's not something I can do in a day, especially since his life spirit is shattered. It will take a long time to recover fully," said the imperial advisor. "You can repair his life spirit?" asked Yi Futian with a shaking voice. Even Hua Fengliu's heart skipped a beat. He had never even dared to dream of it. "There's nothing surprising about teacher being able to do what others can't," chuckled Emperor Yi. Hearing this, everyone was surprised and happy. All of them bowed to Emperor again. "Thank you, Your Highness. You guys should be thanking my teacher," laughed Emperor Yi. The imperial advisor waved his hand. "Since His Majesty has requested, it is only right for me to oblige. He will need to stay here for treatment. As for the rest of you, if you don't mind that there isn't much to offer here, you guys can stay here as well." "Thank you, Senior." Yi Futian put his hands together and bowed at the elder with great gratitude. Hua Jieyu was excited. Her father's life spirit could actually be healed. Nanduwanin's eyes were getting red. All these years she'd never had any high hopes. "Then you guys shall stay here with teacher. If anything happens, you go down the mountains and find someone to report directly to me." Emperor Yi instructed the group and then departed with Princess Yi Lingxi. Just when the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet ended, in the Nandu Nation's imperial city, cultivators gathered for their countrywide event. The Nandu Nation's Tingfeng banquet was about to begin. Chapter 128. Countless strong cultivators gathered here in the magnificent imperial city of Nandu Nation. There were 36 prefectures in the Nandu Nation, with many cities in each prefecture and academies in each city. At this time, the younger generation of talents from all the cities gathered here in Nandu City for the Tingfeng banquet held by the Nandu Nation. Different from the Fenghua banquet of Kangyi Kingdom, the Tingfeng banquet had no preliminary test. Any young person could participate and show their talents. The Fenghua banquet was held every 3 years in Kangyi Kingdom, so efficiency was highlighted and it was fast-paced. As for the Tingfeng banquet, held every 10 years, it was grander. People from the East Sea Prefecture gradually arrived at the imperial city. Not only young participants came but also those strong cultivators who wanted to witness the grand banquet. The strong cultivators from Donghai Academy of the East Sea Prefecture definitely would not miss such a grand banquet. Yan Xiao, the headmaster of the School of Emperor Star, led his excellent disciples together with the other headmasters. Stepping into the city, a group of demon beasts flew in the sky. The disciples looked over the magnificent ancient city below, feeling slight butterflies. They wondered whether they would stand out in this Tingfeng banquet. Amongst the crowd was Zhuoqing, who was thought the most highly by Yan Xiao, the headmaster. Standing on a beast, Zhuoqing looked over at the capital, full of ambition. Talented as he was, there was a big possibility for him to win a place for himself even though there were countless talents gathered at this banquet. However, Zhuoqing was not completely confident. No one knew how many powerful figures were born during the past 10 years. Nobody dared claim that he could stand out. At this time a figure appeared in Zhuoqing's mind. If that talented youth was here, he must be the winner. However, it had been only about 1 month since the Donghai City event. He was probably still on the run. Zhou Mu was also with the group of people, as well as his teacher, the art saint. Lin Xia was also here. She had matured from when she met Yi Futian on the ship in the East Sea. 17-year-old Lin Xia was now more beautiful, and her body more curved. At the beginning of this year, she attended the spring quarter examination held by the Donghai Academy and passed. Hearing that the Tingfeng banquet was to be held, she wanted to have a look too. In the distance, another line of figures descended. Someone called out, "Headmaster Yan." Yan Xiao turned to look and smiled. The disciples from the Nanda clan are going to attend this banquet too? These people arriving were from the Nanda clan. Yes. One of the strong cultivators from the Nanda clan nodded slightly with complex feelings. What happened to the Nanda clan on the last day of the divine calendar changed a lot of things. They had to show more reliance on the royal authority in order to survive. Therefore, they came to the Tingfeng banquet. The two lines moved on silently. Above them were countless other strong cultivators. As they advanced, they could make out the grand palace before them. It was even more solemn and sacred under the sunlight. At this time, Emperor Luo stood in the main hall of the palace, reading a message from his guard. The message was about the Fenghua banquet held in Kangyi Kingdom. It was held every 3 years and many outstanding persons would emerge. Nandu Nation would naturally pay attention to such news. However, Emperor Luo generally wouldn't care about such things. Countless talents emerged every 3 years. How could he, the emperor of the Nandu Nation, have enough energy to care about these trivial matters? But this message was sent to his hands because several names that should not have appeared were on the Fenghua rank. First place was Yi Futian. What a familiar name. As the emperor, he should not pay attention to a youth. However, Minister Zhua, Minister Hua, and the prince all showed a great interest in him. Therefore, 1 month ago, the Emperor Luo had sent a decree that everybody in Nandu Nation shall listen to him for he stood for God. However, Yi Futian still escaped from Nandu Nation. The emperor didn't expect that he would next see Yi Futian's name on the Fenghua rank of the Kangyi Kingdom, joining the Fenghua banquet as a full attribute genius with twin spirits. Of course he would win. Emperor Luo laughed. Yi Futian had displayed his horrible talent at the Nanda clan, so the emperor was not surprised that Yi Futian was the winner. Once he attended, he would definitely win the first place. The fourth was Hua Jieyu. This name was also quite familiar to him. She should have been the crown princess of Nandu Nation. Declare my will. Emperor Luo raised his head and delivered an order again. Just like last month, it was still about Yi Futian. He knew this decree was even more impossible to complete, but he still sent it. Oh! In the Kangyi Kingdom's palace, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were cultivating in tranquility on a hill while waiting for their teacher to recover. They didn't go out. Yi Futian knew that since he had won the first place on the banquet and revealed the Nandu event in public, he must be more careful. Master! When practicing the music, Yi Futian saw a figure coming. He stopped playing and smiled. It was Hua Fenglu. He walked alone and looked more energetic than before. He would recover completely soon. Nandu Wanyin and Tang Lan had been by his side all these days. Sometimes, Yi Futian knew that Aunt Tang still wanted to be with Hua Fenglu, despite her words. Even the masteress had accepted her dedication to Hua Fenglu. When Hua Fenglu first returned to Donghai City, it was Tang Lan who took care of him. How do you feel? At this time a wise imperial advisor came near and asked Hua Fenglu. I feel much better. Thank you for these past few days, Hua Fenglu responded. Take a good rest. Don't use your strength over the next few days. You still have to wait for a long time before the life spirit's complete recovery. You'd better not leave the mountain these days, the imperial advisor told him. I know. Hua Fenglu nodded. The imperial advisor looked at Hua Jieyu and asked, I sensed your cultivation yesterday. Can I have a look at your life spirit? Okay. Hua Jieyu nodded slightly and moved forward a step. She released her gorgeous life spirit like a noble queen with a crown. The imperial advisor stood still, but his body shivered involuntarily. He turned to Nandu Wanyin and asked, How about yours? Nandu Wanyin felt puzzled but still released her life spirit. Her life spirit was not as gorgeous as Hua Jieyu's, but it was still extraordinary. The imperial advisor trembled. He slowly knelt and prostrated on the ground to pay his respect. Greetings, my princess. The group's expression changed. Yi Futian stood up and looked at this scene with some astonishment. I was the imperial sorcerer of Nandu Nation, Mo He. The old man said with a trembling voice. I never thought there would be a day where I could see His Majesty's descendants. Senior, please rise. Nandu Wanyin was shocked. No one here had expected that the imperial advisor of Kangyi Kingdom used to be the imperial sorcerer of the Nandu Nation. Of course he was from the previous Nandu Nation, not the present one. Are you the descendant of the Emperor Ju? The old man stood up slowly and asked with a trembling voice. Yes, he is my grandfather. It is said that he escaped to the Nandu clan in the Donghai city after the Luos took the power. Nandu Wanyin nodded. His Highness did the right thing. If he did not leave, he would only die in the end. Luo Tianyin would not let him go. The old man's voice was tinged with hatred. What happened in those years? Why did my grandfather and parents leave Nandu clan and never come back? What does this have to do with Emperor Luo? Nandu Wanyin asked. Luo Tianyin was Emperor Luo's real name. She only knew that 300 years ago, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing unified the divine prefectures of the East. Forces in the world were in unrest. The emperor of the Nandu nation ran into an accident and the whole nation was in a chaos. Countless forces fought for the throne. The Nandu clan had lost too many strong cultivators for this. And at that time Luo Tianyin turned out to win with his noble plane and ascended the throne. Since then the Luos replaced Nandu royalty. After Emperor Luo took power, panic rose through the nation. In order to show the emperor's bearing, Emperor Luo ordered a nationwide amnesty. He forgave his rivals. Soon the whole nation bowed down to him and the Nandu nation was stabilized. The Nandu clan returned to Donghai city and survived this crisis. Luo Tianyin, that bastard, used to be His Majesty's personal bodyguard. Because of his great talent, His Majesty treated him as a disciple. During a turbulent time, His Majesty left the nation for the pursuit of stronger power. Luo Tianyin and I followed. However, Luo Tianyin was wildly ambitious. Taking advantage of His Majesty's crisis, he made his move when His Majesty let down his guard. His Majesty's fate was taken and I lost my eyes. Perhaps even Luo Tianyin thinks that I died. The old man shook and said, Luo Tianyin went against the heavens and changed fate to ascend the throne and replace Nandu's royalty. In order not to be despised by the world, he did not hurt the Nandu clan but still had dirty underhand tricks. Princess, you said His Majesty and your father disappeared. I am afraid they were investigating the things of that year and had misfortunes. Why don't you announce his evil deeds to the world? Hearing about the past events, Nanda Wanin was furious. If I do so, the Nanda clan will perish completely. The old man sighed. I settled in Kangi Kingdom with a disguised identity for so many years. I taught the emperor how to cultivate so the Kangi Kingdom can become stronger and one day overthrow the Luo reign. Yi Futian didn't expect this secret, and suddenly understood many things. The reason why Emperor Luo declared in Donghai City to confer Hua Jieyu with the title of Crown Princess was not only because of ministers was augury. The poor Nanda clan didn't know that the emperor would definitely not let Hua Jieyu rise, unless she became subordinate to him, and became the crown princess. Moreover, Emperor Luo had once gone against fate. He was not afraid of fate at all. Now he'd become stronger. As the emperor, how would he fear the two fated youths? When they were discussing this issue, a messenger from the Nanda nation came to visit the emperor of the Kangi Kingdom. Chapter 129. In the main hall of the Kangi Kingdom's imperial palace, an ambassador from the Nandu nation had arrived. Emperor Yi met him seated on his throne. Greetings, Emperor Yi, said the ambassador. He knelt down on the floor in a deep bow. Rise, said Emperor Yi. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ambassador rose from the ground and looked at Emperor Yi. I have come under the order of His Majesty of the Nandu nation. We heard that traitors of our country, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, were here at the Kangi Palace. His Majesty has sent me in a request that they be returned to the Nandu nation for punishment. They are already citizens of the Kangi Kingdom. Furthermore, I have already conferred the title of princess upon Hua Jieyu, and she is now my goddaughter. Relay the message to your emperor. They no longer have anything to do with your country. Do not use the term traitor in reference to them anymore, Emperor Yi said with a cold demeanor. He was dignified and stern. They were once citizens of the Nandu nation's East Sea Prefecture, and have defied the orders of the emperor. They are traitors and deserve capital punishment. Is it really proper for Emperor Yi to handle things this way? The ambassador asked the emperor without fear. How preposterous, said someone on the sideline. They stared at the ambassador with cold eyes, but he only lifted his head to look at Emperor Yi calmly. Neither haughty nor humble. I will repeat myself once more. They are now part of the Kangi Kingdom. Hua Jieyu is a princess, and in the future, Yi Futian will be a prince. Did you hear me clearly? Said with a natural sternness. Noble will befell the ambassador, and he could feel an invisible force pushing down on his head. Our country is willing to trade a city for each of them. The ambassador bowed his head. If I want one your cities, I will fight for it myself. You may head back to answer to your emperor now, said Emperor Yi. Battles always happened at the borders of the two countries. One day the border cities belonged to the Nandu nation, the next to the Kangi Kingdom. It changed hands every couple of days. To an emperor of an entire country, of what use was one city? The ambassador reached both hands out, bowed down, and said, the Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet is about to begin. We are inviting emperors of each country to attend. Our emperor has sent me here with an invitation, inviting Emperor Yi to attend. He fished out an invitation and submitted it with both hands. Someone took the invitation and then handed it to Emperor Yi. He read it over and smiled. Very well. Tell your emperor that I will be attending the banquet. The Nandu nation awaits Emperor Ye's presence. I will excuse myself now. The ambassador bowed his head and retreated backward. He continued out of the hall before bowing once again, and only then did he turn his back to leave. After he left, Emperor Yi put down the invitation in his hand and went into deep thought. Emperor Luo is actually inviting emperors of different countries to attend the Tingfeng banquet. Was he that confident in this year's banquet? Standing up, Emperor Yi walked out of the main hall. Yi Futian had no idea of this. Although he knew that the results of the Fenghua banquet might attract attention from the Nandu nation, he never thought they would send someone so quickly. On the mountain, Imperial Advisor Mo He said to Hua Jieyu, Princess Jieyu's life spirit seems to have evolved. Back in the old Nandu nation, I used to follow His Majesty around and have a pretty good understanding of this life spirit. Princess Jieyu, you can continue to cultivate here and I can teach you what I know. Hua Jieyu's eyes sparkled and she quickly nodded. Thank you, Senior. I have hidden my name for so long. Not even His Majesty, Emperor Yi, knows my true identity. In public, you can continue to call me Imperial Advisor, said Mo He. Okay, everyone nodded. Yi Futian was moved. Who would have thought that in a foreign land, they would be able to meet the imperial sorcerer of the Nandu nation's previous royal family? Years ago, the royal Nanda family was stripped of their title and moved out of the East Sea Prefecture to avoid danger. They did not dare to even think of revolting because they were afraid that Emperor Luo might try to kill them. Once an imperial bodyguard, Luo Tianyin, had become emperor. One imperial order from him was able to scare the wits out of the entire clan. What a joke. Someone's here, said the imperial advisor. He walked outside and moments later, Prince Yi Danshan and Princess Yilingxi arrived. Greetings, imperial advisor. The two of them bowed at the elder in respect. No need for formalities, your highness, said Mo He. Imperial advisor, we are here for Yi Futian and the others, said Yi Danshan. Mo He nodded. Yi Futian walked over and asked, what is it, your highness? Not long ago, an ambassador of the Nanda nation came to see father, asking him to hand you two over, Yi Danshan explained. Yi Futian's eyes faltered. That was quick. Father rejected, of course. However, the ambassador then brought out an invitation, inviting father to the Tingfeng banquet. Father wants to bring all 10 of the cultivators on the Fenghua rank along with him and wants to know if you guys would be willing to do so. Yi Danshan asked Yi Futian. The Tingfeng banquet. Yi Futian was frozen. It was a familiar name. Once upon a time, back in the Nanda nation, ministers had wanted him to head to the imperial city in the spring to attend the Tingfeng banquet. Yi Futian had the same idea himself and prepared to make the trip. But in the span of a mere month, which seemed like such a long time, hearing about the banquet it seemed so foreign. Was the Tingfeng banquet about to begin? We'll go. Yi Futian nodded without hesitation. He wanted to see Emperor Luo for himself, the man who ruined his life with one imperial order. As for his safety, Yi Futian was not worried. Even though the Kangyi kingdom and the Nandu nation had been rivals for hundreds of years, there had never been any battles significant enough to ruin either country. Even when there were more serious battles, both countries knew their limits. There was a strange equilibrium in the relationship between both countries. It was something that no one would destroy. The reason was simple. Both emperors were powerful cultivators in the noble plane. Neither person had an advantage over the other. What truly determined the fate of a country was not the strength of its army but the ability of its leader, the ability of the emperor. For example, in the old Nanda nation, the emperor had fallen and led to the entire family being overthrown, becoming history. If Yi Futian attended the banquet with Emperor Yi, Emperor Luo wouldn't kill him even if he wanted to, because what would happen if Emperor Yi charged into the Nandu nation's imperial palace in a fit of rage? Fighting with a person in the noble plane would only mean death. Even between rival countries there was a mutual understanding. No one was allowed to cross the line and break equilibrium, or else there would be heavy consequences. That was, unless one of the emperors was already strong enough to kill the other on the spot. In the world of cultivation, personal abilities were more important than anything else. Even royal power was the result of a person's abilities. Since Emperor Yi had Yi Danshan come to ask Yi Futian to attend, it was obvious that he had also realized this point. Emperor Luo wouldn't dare to touch Yi Futian, especially not in his own country. Are you all going? Yilingxi asked, looking at Yu Shang and Hua Jieyu. Jieyu shouldn't go. She should stay to take care of master, said Yi Futian. In reality, Hua Fenglu was fine under the care of Nanda Wanyin and Tang Lan. Besides, his injuries had already gotten a lot better. But Hua Jieyu had to stay and cultivate with the imperial advisor. It had to do with her future in cultivation. All right, nodded Yi Danshan. I'll go ask the others now. I'll come find you again when it's time to go. Thank you, your highness. Yi Futian nodded in response. Yi Danshan and Yilingxi left afterward. Are you really going to the Nandu nation's imperial city? Hua Fenglu asked Yi Futian. Yeah, I had already planned to do so. This is the perfect opportunity. Yi Futian smiled. Be careful, warned Hua Fenglu. Master, don't worry and focus on your treatment. You have to repair your life spirit, Or else it'll be really embarrassing for you when I surpass you in a couple of years, laughed Yi Futian. Okay. When I'm fully healed, I can guide your cultivation properly. Hua Fenglu smiled at his disciple. Yi Futian shivered at the fake smile on his face. Master, your gifts are peerless. When you're fully healed, you'll definitely do great things. I cannot compare. Only then did Hua Fenglu nod in satisfaction. Deep down, Yi Futian was cursing him for being so shameless. He's such a bully to his disciple. The next morning, a group had gathered outside the imperial palace. They were the brilliant cultivators from the Fenghua banquet. Their attention fell on Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Danshan when they stepped out. Everyone had a different look on their faces. Wasn't Yi Futian from the Nandu nation? Going to attend the Tingfeng banquet was the perfect chance for them to check out just how powerful the cultivators in the Nandu nation were. Where's Hua Jieyu? Lin Yueyao could not help but ask when she noticed that Hu Jieyu was missing. She has other business to attend to and won't be coming with us, Yi Futian answered. He was quite surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Yueyao would ask about Jieyu. Lin Yueyao nodded her head lightly and didn't say anything else. Moments later, a group of people came out from the palace. It was Emperor Yi and his people. Besides the emperor, there were a few very dignified-looking individuals. They must have been people of very high cultivation. A loud roar came from within the imperial palace. Everyone looked up and saw a fearsome creature headed toward them. The scary beast was a flood dragon. The flood dragon approached and moved to stay near Emperor Yi. Let's head out since we're all here. I wanted to bring you guys on this trip to show you guys cultivators of other countries. Do not limit yourselves to the Kangyi kingdom. There may be a day when you will leave here. Emperor Yi smiled and walked to the flood dragon. Everyone followed the emperor onto the dragon's back. With a loud roar and a huge gust of wind, the flood dragon lifted into the air, rising higher and higher. It broke through the clouds at an alarming speed, headed in the direction of the Nandu nation. The Kangyi kingdom was over 100 kilometers away from the Nandu nation. However, because of the flood dragon's high cultivation, it moved with the wind and they arrived in the Nandu nation's imperial city in a single day. Presently, powerful cultivators from all around the country had gathered in the imperial city. Emperor Luo had also invited emperors from other countries to attend the banquet. Countless beasts soared through the skies, filling the air with their cries. But when the flood dragon flew by, everyone stared from far away. They looked at the line of people mounted on the dragon as they tried to guess their identity. The flood dragon was a ferocious beast like no other. It must be a powerful demon beast. What kind of person would be able to control such a beast? Emperor Yi stood on the dragon's back quietly, allowing the wind to blow freely on him. His long hair blew in the wind. Beside him stood Yi Futian, who was looking down on the imperial city. What are you thinking? Asked Emperor Yi with a smile. Yi Futian must have been experiencing a wave of emotions coming back here. I was thinking about when I can finally wipe out the imperial Nanda palace, Yi Futian replied as he looked out far ahead. A light smile crossed his face, his tone calm. Chapter 130. As the dragon came closer to the palace of the Nandu nation, a line of figures flew over. The dragon roared ferociously. Stop, Emperor Yi said. Then the dragon halted. Those comers bowed and said, Your Majesty. What's the matter? The emperor asked. We were ordered by our emperor to welcome you. The accommodation has been arranged for you, the man said. Lead the way, Emperor Yi said lightly. The other nodded and walked in front, leading the way. Soon they arrived at a giant palace near the imperial palace. Though the two nations were rivals, courtesy was necessary since the emperor was invited here. Everything in the palace for the stay had been arranged well for them. Since Emperor Yi was the emperor of the Kangyi kingdom, only people from the Kangyi kingdom could share the palace with him. Yi Futian, come with me. Emperor Luo won't hurt you, but don't leave the palace for safety reasons. If you really have to go out for some reason, let Jingyu go with you, Emperor Yi warned Yi Futian. Jingyu was the emperor's bodyguard. The emperor had assigned Jingyu many things in his daily life. I'll be careful. Yi Futian nodded. Although Emperor Luo wouldn't hurt him in public, There was still the possibility for him to arrange an assassination or kill him by another's hand without any evidence left. Emperor Yi couldn't blame it on him then. The group settled down in the palace while the outside world was stirred up. The Tingfeng banquet was to be held the next day. The decennial banquet was more magnificent than the Fenghua banquet of the Kangyi kingdom. The whole nation paid great attention to it and all the heroes would attend. A sensation was inevitable. Everyone was looking forward to the opening of the Tingfeng banquet the next day. 1 hour later outside the palace, a row of figures strode over and went directly into the palace. The leader was a beautiful woman. She seemed like an unordinary person. Following behind her were her strong bodyguards. Jingyu stood before her and said, "This is the Emperor Ye's palace. Any intruders will be killed without pardon. I'm looking for Yi Futian." The woman looked up to Jingyu and Jingyu suddenly grew hesitant. "Since this is Emperor Ye's palace, what do you think we can do?" the woman continued. Jingyu thought for a while then said, "Follow me." He led the way and the woman's people followed behind. They came to a place in the palace where Yi Futian's group lived. Seeing many people coming over, Lin Yueyao and the others went to Yi Futian's room out of curiosity. Yi Futian sat in the courtyard. When he saw the newcomer, he was stunned. "Yi Futian, why did you join the Kangyi kingdom?" the woman asked angrily. She seemed to come here for an explanation. Yi Futian looked up to this beautiful but capricious woman and said indifferently, "Are you talking to me?" This woman turned out to be the princess of the Nandu nation, the daughter of Emperor Luo and the sister of the crown prince. "My teacher gave you the minister's decree and my brother let you be minister but you rejected him," Luo Mengyan said. "My father even conferred you with the study attendant of the crown prince. What did we do to you? Is it just because of Hua Jieyu? Is Hua Jieyu the reason why you joined the Kangyi kingdom? Get out." Yi Futian looked at her coldly. Was this girl stupid? What did they do to him? "You," Luo Mengyan pointed at Yi Futian and shouted, "You are a jerk. I'll kill you." She pounced forward. Yi Futian stood up and stepped forward too. As if remembering something bad, Luo Mengyan froze in place. "I'm here to accompany His Majesty, not for recalling past days." "Princess, please leave," Yi Futian responded nonchalantly. Only then did people know that this woman was the princess of the Nandu nation. Many people looked at Yi Futian curiously. What did this guy do to the princess? "It's your own choice to betray Nandu nation, but you shouldn't trouble my teacher. Because of you, my teacher doesn't pay attention to the outside world anymore and even neglects me. It's all because of you." Luo Mengyan's eyes grew red. Yi Futian was surprised. He didn't mean to trouble Minister Zhua. It could be said that this whole thing was triggered by Minister Zhua, but he knew that Minister Zhua was thinking for his good. The emperor's decree should have nothing to do with Minister Zhua. Did the astrologist minister not care about anything anymore? Yi Futian took out the decree of the minister and threw it to Luo Mengyan. "Return it to Minister Zhua and tell him that I won't blame him." "You won't blame him?" Luo Mengyan took the token and asked indignantly in return. "You can leave now." Yi Futian was kicking them out. Luo Mengyan looked at Yi Futian coldly and turned away. People around the court moved aside but Luo Mengyan stopped and turned around. She asked, "You said that your girlfriend is more beautiful than me? How beautiful is she that you could betray the Nandu nation for her? You don't deserve to be compared with her." Yi Futian answered indifferently. Luo Mengyan is so naive. Does she really think that Emperor Luo and the crown prince were thinking for his good? Or maybe it's just hard for her to think of her father and brother as bad people. Luo Mengyan looked coldly at Yi Futian and left. After she left, Lin Yueyao asked Yi Futian in confusion, "What have you done to the princess of the Nandu nation?" Yi Futian looked at Lin Yueyao and smiled slightly. "Do you want to try?" Seeing Yi Futian's mean smirk, Lin Yueyao said, "No thank you." With that she left. Bai Qiu and Yu Jiang watched the whole thing silently. As the top beauty of the Kangyi kingdom, Lin Yueyao was always very aloof but she had struck up a conversation with Yi Futian several times. However, Yi Futian just directly ignored this beauty, which annoyed the onlookers very much. The difference between them. But Yi Futian's girlfriend was indeed more beautiful than Lin Yueyao. "Let's go out for a walk," Sui Qianfan suggested. All the strong cultivators gathered here in the Nandu nation. They could go take a look. Since the emperor of the Nandu nation invited them, He wouldn't stoop so low as to play tricks on them. Good idea. Yu Jiang nodded and went out. Yi Futian didn't go with them but continued his cultivation. The next morning, people from the Nandu nation came to the palace and visited Emperor Yi. He went to greet them and Yi Futian's group also showed up. The people from Nandu nation bowed and said, "My Majesty ordered me to invite Your Highness to the Imperial Palace, so that all their majesties can attend the Tingfeng banquet together." "What about them?" Emperor Yi asked, looking to Yi Futians and others. "Only the emperors have been invited. The rest shall go separately. They can meet Your Majesty in the Imperial Palace," the man answered and smiled. Emperor Yi didn't respond but turned to Jingyu. "You take them there." "Yes, Your Majesty." Jingyu nodded. Emperor Yi followed the people and left. "Let's go," Jingyu said. Other than him, there were many other strong cultivators of the Kangyi kingdom. The group of people went out and walked directly toward the Imperial Palace. Outside the palace, there were people from other kingdoms also moving toward the Imperial Palace. The Tingfeng banquet was held outside the north gate of the Imperial Palace where there was already a sea of people. The number of the attendees of the Tingfeng banquet was bigger than that of the Fenghua banquet. When Yi Futian's people arrived, they were almost submerged by the sea of people. Outside the north gate, there were 9 tall platforms erected in a row which was surrounded by a vast open space. The throne and the stands were set opposite the platforms. Ordinary people would not be allowed to enter that area. People from all over the Nandu nation were gathered here, naturally including the people from the East Sea Prefecture. The Nandu clan stood in the crowd and watched the throne and the stands in front of platforms where the royal families sat. The Nandu clan could sit there before, but at this time, they could only stand in the crowd. 1 month ago, if that thing did not happen, Jieyu would be the crown princess now, a Nandu youth said. Then we could also sit over there. All of this was destroyed by Yi Futian. "Don't think about it anymore and don't mention Hua Jieyu again," an elder reprimanded. Hua Jieyu was a sinner of the Nandu nation. They had to cut all ties with her. "Okay." That youth nodded and looked at the crowd. The youth would participate in this banquet so every strong cultivator here might be his opponent. He continued to observe and stopped when somewhere. He frowned, looked backward and found a line of figures. "Yi Futian," the youth called. People from the Nandu clan all turned to him. An elder said, "Nonsense. How could Yi Futian appear at the Tingfeng banquet? He is there." The youth pointed somewhere with great shock in his eyes. He didn't believe it either, but he definitely had seen Yi Futian. The Nandu clan all looked toward the direction he pointed in and their eyes fell on a handsome figure. Every cultivator of the Nandu clan was stunned and their eyes flashed. Yi Futian dared to attend the Tingfeng banquet? Did he want to die? Go take him down. The strong cultivators from the Nandu clan immediately bolted in that direction. They had never forgotten what had taken place in Donghai City a while ago. Hua Jieyu was taken away, and a group of strong cultivators of Nandu clan also disappeared. And Yi Futian was the reason. "Don't let him go," a youth shouted, worrying that Yi Futian would mingle within the crowd. "This guy is really bold. How dare he come back to where the Tingfeng banquet is held? Take him and give him to the emperor," someone said. He'd even planned how to execute Yi Futian. Yi Futian went against emperor's order. He was a criminal and must be handed over to Emperor Luo. Chapter 131. Yi Futian's group headed closer to the battle platforms. Just then a harsh voice shouted, "Yi Futian!" The surrounding area was crowded and in disarray. Because of this, Yi Futian did not notice the members of the Nandu clan. It was not until he heard the shout that he turned his attention over and saw them. Nandu Ku was among the group. The look in his eyes was ice cold, ready for blood. Whoosh! The members of the Nandu clan did not waste any words and released all types of spells at Yi Futian. A figure stepped out from beside Yi Futian. With a slight step forward, just one step, the wood sorcery targeted at Yi Futian was destroyed. At the same time, a fearsome force of sword intent filled the air. The temperature dropped and every member of the Nandu clan was encapsulated by the force. They could not help but shiver at the drop in temperature. The small area in which they occupied seemed to have been frozen. The members of the clan stared at the figure that appeared in front of Yi Futian. Shock filled their eyes. They could not believe there was such a powerful individual by Yi Futian's side, protecting him. Did the disappearance of their fellow clan members in Donghai City have something to do with this person? When Yi Futian had appeared in front of their very eyes just a moment ago, they had no other thoughts but to capture him. But seeing this powerful individual, the clan members seemed to have broken out of their daze. Why had Yi Futian shown up at the Tingfeng banquet? There's no need for you guys to be in such a rush. I will pay a visit to the Nanda clan in Donghai City sooner or later. Yi Futian quickly glanced at the clan members and continued on his way. He did not want to get pulled into this situation with them right now, and obviously, Jingyu could not start a massacre at the Tingfeng banquet. Jingyu and the others moved forward together, leaving the members of the Nanda clan to stand in place, watching Yi Futian as he walked away. No one chased after him. They were all intimidated by the powerful feel Jingyu gave off. What on earth was going on? It was true, everyone thought it was odd that Yi Futian had the guts to show up at the Tingfeng banquet, an imperial event held by the emperor. Jingyu was strong, but no matter how strong he was, he could not go up against the emperor of the Nandu nation. Emperor Luo was a cultivator in the noble plane. He was the only one in all of the Nandu nation. The Nanda clan could not even take care of themselves as of late, so of course, they did not know what had happened in the Kangi kingdom. To be honest, only the royal Luo family would care about what happened in the neighboring countries. Thus, never in a million years would the Nanda clan members guess that Yi Futian came with the emperor of another country. Many imperial bodyguards appeared to maintain order. They stood around the 9 battle platforms. Up ahead, a crowd of powerful cultivators had arrived. Some of the guards cleared the road for them while royals, nobles, and clans stood on the sides to welcome them. From the imperial palace, a group of figures headed their way. The 4 people at the front of the group seemed to be chatting happily, as if they were the best of friends. The 4 of them had a certain aura around them. In the blink of an eye, the noisy area quieted down and everyone paid undivided attention to the group approaching. They knew that Emperor Luo was in the group, but who were the other 3? The 4 figures arrived at the platforms and sat down in their own respective seats. Their status seemed to higher than people expected. Today is the beginning of the Nandu nation's Tingfeng banquet. I have specially invited the emperors of the Kangi kingdom, the Yunchu nation, and the Yin kingdom to come watch the competitions. We shall enjoy the performances put on by the youths of the Nandu nation. They are our future, and I hope that our younger generation cultivators will not disappoint our 3 guests from afar, smiled Emperor Luo as he introduced his fellow emperors. Immediately, the area was filled with discussion. Besides the one side of the country that was bordered by the sea, the other 3 sides were joined with bordering countries. Today, the emperors of those 3 countries had come to attend the Tingfeng banquet. This year's Tingfeng banquet was graced with the presence of 4 emperors, the 4 strongest cultivators in the noble plane. Below where the 4 emperors sat, everyone began to sit down. Beside Emperor Luo, Crown Prince Luo Junlin as well as other princes and princesses had arrived, but only Luo Junlin could sit next to the emperor. This was the obvious difference in status among the children of the emperor. Below the throne were the left and right ministers. Minister Zhou no longer had the same energy in his eyes as he once did. It seemed like he was no longer interested in anything. On the other hand, Minister Hua looked fresh and energetic. Even though things in Donghai City were not a success as planned, to see Minister Zhou fail was the best thing for him. Jingyu, Yi Futian, and the others headed to where Emperor Yi was. As citizens of the Kangi kingdom, it was only natural that they stayed by the emperor's side. The Nanda clan members kept eyes on Yi Futian. When they saw that not only was Yi Futian not avoiding being seen by Emperor Luo, and was even headed in his direction, some of them had already made predictions. They shivered at the thought. Isn't that Yi Futian and Yu Shang? Among the large audience, there were some people who came from Donghai City. They froze at the sight of Yi Futian. Naturally, the people of Donghai Academy also took notice. Yin Xiao frowned. What's going on? His gaze shifted to Emperor Luo and Minister Hua. They did not seem to care at all, as if they already knew Yi Futian would be here. Zhuo Qing and other students of Donghai Academy were all confused at the sight of Yi Futian. Lin Xia had obviously seen him as well. Her beautiful eyes froze on him. She never imagined she would see Yi Futian at the Tingfeng banquet. One step at a time, Yi Futian's group arrived at the very front of the area, right below where Emperor Yi was seated. The members of the Nanda clan felt their hearts skip a beat. Seemed they finally understood. The reason why Yi Futian dared to show up in the Nanda nation was because he had royalty backing him. The emperor of the Kangyi kingdom. Those from Donghai Academy looked very interested. Their mouths hung open as they watched Yi Futian take his seat slowly. Yi Futian went to the Kangyi kingdom? In a little over a month, Yi Futian had escaped from the Nandu nation to its rival country, the Kangyi kingdom. Furthermore, he had been recognized for his talents by Emperor Yi. Now, he had returned on the day the Tingfeng banquet began. However, he was not a participant of the banquet but one of the audience. Shuoqing felt disheartened immediately after seeing Yi Futian. Shuoqing was here to participate in the banquet and did not even know if he would even be able to impress with his performance, but then there was Yi Futian. He was already seated by the emperor, though not Emperor Luo. Yin Xiao glanced at Shuoqing who was beside him. Then he turned to another person and said, Tianhao, that's the person you've always wanted to meet. Full attribute genius with twin spirits, Yi Futian. Do you think you can defeat him? Yin Tianhao stared at Yi Futian. In reality, he had taken notice of Yi Futian very early on. It was because they knew each other, but that was when they were younger. They battled once at Qingzhou Academy. As a top student of Haiyan Academy, Yun Tianhao lost to Yi Futian. After that, Yun Tianhao left Qingzhou City in pursuit of experience and better education. So, at the beginning of this year, he was admitted into Donghai Academy. His arrival shook up the whole school. Then he heard of another person who left a deep impression on the students of Donghai Academy. Yi Futian, a name that he kept engraved in his brain. I will defeat him, said Yun Tianhao. Full attribute in twin spirits? So this was his true gift. Seated below Emperor Luo, ministers were first stared at Yi Futian and then at Emperor Yi. He felt disappointed. After their trip to Qingzhou City together, ministers were showed great interest in Yi Futian. It was not only for himself but for the royal Luo family as well. However, it was impossible to know what the emperor was thinking. The royal family actually got the idea that ministers will wanted to revolt against them. They believed that Yi Futian was fated to become emperor of the country, and was a threat to their family. Thus, an imperial order was sent to Donghai City. None of these events could be undone. As for Minister Zhou himself, the emperor lost trust in him because he insisted on rushing to help Yi Futian in Donghai City. If Minister Zhou was Emperor Luo, he would do anything to kill Yi Futian right now. Even if Emperor Yi would get mad and kill a lot of people, it would still be better than the downfall of the royal family. But Emperor Luo would never do that. Although Emperor Luo believed in fate and Ministers was prophecies, he would not trust them fully. Emperor Luo was very headstrong and believed that as an emperor and a powerful cultivator in the noble plane, he could easily change fate. Obviously, Minister Zhou was not going to attempt to persuade Emperor Luo. He wouldn't do it even if he could. He was not going to come up with any more plans for Emperor Luo. Despite this, Minister Zhou knew he would never be able to leave. Even if the emperor was not going to give him anything to do anymore, he would also never let him go. The reason the emperor has not yet killed Minister Zhou was because he did not have a crime to accuse him of. The minister had recruited and bred many talented officers for Emperor Luo. If he killed Minister Zhou without reason, it would be poorly received by the emperor's subordinates. I heard that the Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet ended not too long ago. These should be the ones from the Fenghua rank, correct? Emperor Chu of the Yunchu nation asked with a smile as he looked at Yi Futian and the group. They are the top 10. My goddaughter had other business and could not join us, answered Emperor Yi. He returned a smile. In my Yin kingdom, all those with outstanding gifts and high cultivation have the chance of being recognized by me. Some are even made lords or ministers. It has been like that for generations now. This is a policy that everyone agrees on. My people have the utmost trust in our royal family. To this day, as long as there is a brilliant person, they would make themselves known to me. There is no need for us to hold some boring banquet. I've always been curious. Your countries hold these events once every couple of years. Does it actually help to pick out brilliant individuals? Said the emperor of the Yin kingdom. He looked at the group of people seated below Emperor Yi. His words also included Emperor Luo, who was holding the Tingfeng banquet, but it did not seem like Emperor Luo minded. He smiled lightly and replied, "Every country has their own way of doing things. What matters is that we all do it for the same reason. I invited you all here today, so we'll just have to wait and see if some outstanding young cultivators will appear today. And all of you have brought some younger generation cultivators along. If interested, you can tell them to give it a try as well." "I don't mind," Emperor Luo continued. The people that the emperors of the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom brought along were indeed younger generation cultivators. They were all people their country had high hopes in. They had been brought to attend the Tingfeng banquet to check out the genius cultivators of other countries. As of now, the Tingfeng banquet had not begun. Nobody knew what kinds of outstanding individuals would appear. But Yi Futian and the others had already piqued the interest of the cultivators from the two other foreign countries. From time to time, they would turn their gazes over to the group from the Kangyi kingdom. Just then Emperor Luo stood up. To everyone in the large area he said, "Today is the start of the Tingfeng banquet. For emperors have gathered to observe the event. Starting from now the stage is yours. I look forward to all your performances." Chapter 132. After Emperor Luo spoke, people walked onto the 9 battle platforms to organize the matters of the banquet. The Tingfeng banquet was different from the Fenghua banquet. The 9 battle platforms would have fights at the same time. Because it was only held once per decade, the requirements of the Tingfeng banquet were looser. Divided by plane, each of the 8 planes from the 5 glory planes and 3 dharma ranks had a battle platform. They could only fight within the plane to find the strongest of each plane. The center platform was for those of even higher planes. Those under 25 years of age and higher than the 3rd level dharma rank could go there to display their radiance. This way, the age range was 10 years from 16 to 25. The Tingfeng banquet was held once every 10 years, so all the talents created during that time could have this opportunity. The rules were simple and straightforward. It wasn't as efficient as the Fenghua banquet, but it was easier to see what level the talents were at. Yi Futian sat quietly in the stands. He obviously wouldn't demand anything from Emperor Luo right outside the Nanda Palace. In fact, he hadn't even looked at Emperor Luo. The Emperor and Crown Prince hadn't looked at him either. Both parties had forgotten about the Donghai City event in mutual agreement. No one would bring it up. Today was the Tingfeng banquet and Yi Futian was a guest who had come with Emperor Yi. Seeing the people walk to and fro, and the endless crowds before the 9 battle platforms, Yi Futian realized that the Tingfeng banquet was on a much larger scale than the Fenghua banquet. It spanned 10 years and he was sure there were many monstrously talented people born in those years. However, this didn't make him feel anything. Monstrous? So what? Battles erupted on the platforms and the atmosphere rose instantly. Countless eyes stared at the 9 platforms. The young talents' eyes all burned with competitiveness. They were ready to go up and perform at any time. "Emperor Yi, how do you think our Tingfeng banquet is compared to your Fenghua banquet?" Emperor Luo gazed over at Emperor Yi and smiled while asking. "It's much larger and there are more participants. However, the efficiency is too low. The final winner, the pride of the kingdom, might not be comparable to my Fenghua banquet," Emperor Yi said, smiling. "You are confident." Emperor Luo laughed. "Nanda Nation's Tingfeng banquet is held once per decade. You think that the talents from a decade can't be compared to the 3 years of your kingdom? You must understand that the top talents can't be discussed with time as the basis. Regardless of Nandu or Kangyi, how many years must pass before there is a noble plane cultivator?" Emperor Yi said calmly. The emperors of the 4 nations all nodded at that. Someone of the noble plane could become an emperor, and was difficult to come by. Those who had a noble talent were too rare. In addition, it wasn't enough to only have the talent. Too many talents died before they matured. They also needed to have a noble fate. This type of person had definitely appeared in the 4 nations' hundreds of years of history. It wasn't just one person either. However, the emperors might not be able to discover and use them. "Emperor Luo, your fate isn't enough." Emperor Yi smiled while Emperor Luo's eyes flashed. There was a hidden meaning behind these words. Since Emperor Yi had adopted Hua Jieyu, this meant he would protect Yi Futian. Naturally, he knew many things. There was someone with a noble talent had appeared in Nandu, more than one, in fact. Ministers had personally tested his fate. Since he was fated to be emperor, he would definitely have the talent of a noble. It was undeniable that one must be a noble to become emperor. Unfortunately, this person with the aura of an emperor had fallen for Hua Jieyu, the descendant of the former Nandu royalty. Their fates were possibly emperor and empress. This way, even if they had the noble talent, Emperor Luo couldn't use them for himself or keep them. If Hua Jieyu had agreed to become crown princess, her fate could be used for Luo Junlin, but it was just a pity now. Oh! Emperor Luo smiled thinly. The noble talent is rare, but it appears occasionally. Most die during the process of strengthening, though. How many can truly become a noble? There was murderous intent in those words. Emperor Luo is right, Emperor Yi said. I heard that your crown prince Luo Junlin is also believed to have the noble talent, right? I wonder if he'll have to chance to grow into someone of the noble plane. He smiled. Their conversation was tit for tat. Emperor Luo had said that someone with the noble talent could also die, hinting that he wanted to kill Yi Futian. Emperor Yi had counterattacked. Luo Junlin also had the noble talent. Would he die as well? In actuality, he was warning Emperor Luo, try and harm my people. Emperor Luo's lips curled into a sneer sharper than a blade. Yi Futian naturally overheard their conversation. There were hidden meanings behind their words. He understood that Emperor Yi would protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been brought here. Are you two speaking in riddles? The emperor of the Yunchu nation said. They seemed to be fighting with their words, but he didn't understand. The nations all paid attention to the important events of their neighbors, such as the Tingfeng banquet and Fenghua banquet. They would also know who the most brilliant figures of the Fenghua banquet were. However, Donghai City was just a small city of Nandu Nation. They wouldn't pay much attention to it. Especially for emperors, they didn't have the time to care about that. It was already a feat if they glanced at the names of the talents at the Fenghua banquet. In the world of the cultivators, the most important thing for an emperor was just cultivating and becoming stronger. Therefore, the emperor of the Yunchu nation only slightly understood their conversation. He guessed that it had something to do with the Fenghua banquet participant, who called himself the talent of the Nandu nation. The Yunchu nation also brought some younger talents this time. There were some very talented people earlier from Kangyi Kingdom's Fenghua banquet. If there's a chance, you all can mingle, Emperor Luo said with a smile. The Yunchu nation emperor also smiled. He glanced at the talents of his nation and asked, "Did you hear that?" They smiled and looked over at Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen's group. One of them, dressed in glamorous clothing, asked, "I heard some news from the Fenghua banquet. Apparently, the winner is from the 7-star glory plane. It's quite interesting. A 7-star glory plane genius who defeated the Dharma rank might really have a superpower," someone joked. Then what kind of Dharma cultivator can be defeated? Apparently he entered the Fenghua rank too. As the Yunchu nation talents chatted, Yu Jiang and Bai Qiu's faces darkened. They obviously understood the jabs in those words. Naturally, it's a Dharma cultivator who can defeat you, a voice said indifferently. Unlike the Yunchu youths who had hidden meanings, he responded straightforwardly. The speaker was Yi Wuchen. He acted just as he fought. He didn't often make actions, but they always hit their mark. Really? I hope I'll have the chance to experience it, the Yunchu youth said with a smile. He wasn't angered. As the pride of their kingdoms, they were rivals. Some remarks couldn't affect his mood. I'll take you all around the imperial city after today's event. Now let us watch quietly, Crown Prince Luo Junlin said. Many looked over at him. He was popular. He was known as the future emperor of the Nandu nation at such a young age, and no one could move him. One must enter the noble plane to become the emperor. Therefore, Luo Junlin was a future noble cultivator. I'm sure today's Tingfeng banquet will be boring, a youth from the Yan kingdom said. He wasn't very excited. The Tingfeng banquet had such a large scale, and all the talents would come to battle. Many were just here for fun and to test their skills. They were easily defeated. Occasionally, someone would be eye-catching, but it wasn't enough. Unless the genius talents were chosen today, the current battles were uninteresting to them. Really? What do you think about that one? Luo Junlin smiled and pointed at a battle platform. It was where the 7-star glory plane cultivators were. At the moment there was a battle. A very young talent stood there, having won many rounds continuously. He was skilled in matrices. He could create one per step and use these arrays to fight without using up any time. He'd been fighting and continuously defeated strong cultivators from everywhere. No one was his match. In fact, they were defeated instantly. The matrices he carved could collect spiritual chi from every element and transform into an impossibly strong spell. The power was horrible. "I'm afraid no one in the glory plane can defeat him," Minister Hua said. This must be Yun Tianhao, the talent that Yan Xiao had told him to keep note of. Yan Xiao had said that his life spirit was the matrix. He could use full elemental spiritual chi to carve matrices and had limitless potential. If he had a good teacher, he could wow the world. Yi Futian also gazed at the battle platform. He was shocked when he saw the youth because he knew him. It was the one Yi Futian had fought with when the Haiyan Academy came to challenge the Qingzhou Academy. He'd used tactics of the inscriber to defeat others. Compared to then, Yun Tianhao was much more mature now. He won many more rounds before stopping. His gaze moved to the emperor's stand. Yi Futian realized that Yun Tianhao was looking at him. It seemed that Yun Tianhao still hadn't moved on from that fight. Yi Futian smiled and watched Yun Tianhao walk toward somewhere in the crowd. Following his direction, Yi Futian saw Yan Xiao and the strong cultivators of Donghai Academy. He even saw Lin Xia, looking at him with her pretty eyes. The Donghai Academy. Yi Futian's eyes scanned Yan Xiao and they flashed coldly. The place he had once cultivated at was very memorable. Chapter 133. Many students from Donghai Academy were participating in the Tingfeng banquet. After seeing Yun Tianhao, Yi Futian also saw Zhuoqing and Zhou Mu arrive at the platform to defeat their opponents. Zhuoqing and Zhou Mu were in the same plane and can both be considered geniuses. Zhou Mu was the disciple of the art saint and Zhuoqing was known as best of everyone below the Dharma plane. However, during the battle at the school of the Emperor's Star, while Yi Futian and Yu Shang shined above the rest, many of the school's best lost their confidence. There was even less to be said after the battle at the Nanda clan palace on the last day of divine calendar year 10,000. After that day, no one in Donghai City dared to claim to have unparalleled gifts. Time passed little by little. The Tingfeng banquet continued battle after battle. So many things happened at once it was impossible for the audience to take in everything. The four emperors chatted about nothing in particular, but each word from their mouths carried hidden meanings. It was their own secret battle. Yi Futian was looking at the battle platforms but he was not watching. His heart was elsewhere. Emperor Yi had already sent people to look from Yixiang, but since he had defied the emperor's order for Yi Futian, it was not safe for him to easily reveal himself. How was Yi Futian going to let Yixiang know that he was now following under the emperor of the Kangyi kingdom? A burst of cheers would come from the audience every once in a while. As the Tingfeng banquet proceeded, many cultivators began to stand out from the rest. But Yi Futian did not seem to be interested. Slowly, the first day was coming to an end, but the audience did not seem to have gotten enough. They were still just as enthusiastic as before. At dawn, the sky was turning red. The MCs of the banquet exchanged a look, nodded, and waited for the current round of battles to end before announcing that the first day of the Tingfeng banquet was officially over and battles would continue the following day. Many audience members had not gotten enough, but they knew that this was only the beginning to the multi-day event only held once every 10 years. It was only going to get more interesting. The thought of this had them anticipating the events to come. Many people looked towards where the emperors were seated. For emperors had gathered here today. To everyone, it was hard enough to catch a glimpse of one emperor on a normal day. It was only possible during special events, like the Tingfeng banquet. Now that they were able to see four emperors at once, many people were going to be bragging about it for a long time. Where the emperors sat, Emperor Yan spoke up. Is the Tingfeng banquet the only reason you have invited us to the Nandu nation, Emperor Luo? Emperor Chu and Emperor Ye's eyes fell on Emperor Luo. They saw him smile before saying, Brother Yan, are you getting impatient already? What's so bad about watching the battles between younger generation cultivators in our free time? Besides, it's rare for all of us to be gathered like this. Later we can talk about cultivation and check up on each other to see what we can improve on. It'll be better than cultivating on our own, right? Well, he isn't wrong, chuckled Emperor Chu. Then let's go, said Emperor Luo. What about them? Emperor Yi asked, looking at the people behind him. Crown Prince Luo Junlin will show them around. Just let the youngsters wander freely. They won't be comfortable with us around, Emperor Luo said. Emperor Yi did not say anything else. The four of them walked away alone, not bringing anyone with them. After all, they were the strongest, most powerful cultivators across 4 countries. There was no need for them to bring bodyguards. After the 4 emperors left, Crown Prince Luo Junlin smiled at the others. He said, everyone has come a long way. I have set up a dinner at the Qixing Lake to welcome you all. We'll be able to walk around the city, and I can show you the beautiful sights of the Nandu nation's imperial city. This way, please. He led the young people from the 3 countries forward. Yi Futian followed along as well. Yu Shang stared coldly at Luo Junlin's back. It was after his visit to Donghai Academy that the imperial order was given. On the other hand, nothing seemed to have affected Yi Futian. It was almost as if he didn't know Luo Junlin. Yi Futian walked quietly. Behind the 2, many powerful cultivators followed. There were some from each country. Among the people walking up in the front were not only the top talents of the different countries but princes and princesses as well. More powerful cultivators, such as Jingyu from the Kangyi kingdom, followed behind the group. They stayed far away as to not disturb the group. The Qixing Lake was not far from the imperial palace. It was located at the center of the imperial city. Night had come, and the waters of the lake looked extra beautiful in the moonlight. The moonlight reflecting off the surface of the lake made it look like there were many lights floating on the water, providing an indescribable mood. Presently there were quite a few people visiting the lake. In the Qixing Lake were 7 ayats. These islands weren't big and there wasn't much to see. The 7 ayats lined up like the Big Dipper. And it was on this strip of small islands that the famous Qixing restaurant was located. On the island at the very center, a feast had already been set up. Many beautiful servants were waiting there. This dinner was obviously prepared far in advance. The venue was set up along 4 sides. The people of the 4 countries sat in their own sections. The Nandu nation's crown prince, Luo Junlin, walked over to the main section and said, "Please sit, everyone." Yi Futian's group walked over to one of the sides and took their seats. Everyone else in the venue did the same. In the center of the room was an empty space. Seemed to be a stage. A young woman with a veiled face played the guqin. The beautiful, moving sound of the music started, and provided an incredible atmosphere under the moonlight. Then, a line of dancers entered, dancing around the young lady playing her instrument. In Qixing Lake, people traveling past the restaurant by boat looked in on this scene. Knowing who these people were, many boats came this way, but no one dared to get too close. They all just watched from afar. It was the first night of the Tingfeng banquet. Crown Prince Luo Junlin had set up a feast to welcome the cultivators of the 3 neighboring countries. The onlookers were secretly anticipating for something to happen. Everyone has traveled from far away. Please forgive me if something is not to your liking. I do apologize for not being a good host, said Luo Junlin. Beautiful people, beautiful view, and this moving music. There is nothing not to our liking, said the extravagantly dressed young man from the Yunchu nation. And he wasn't saying so, brown-nosed the crown prince. This setting was truly perfect. Whether it be music or beauties, there are better among our guests from the Kangyi kingdom, chuckled Luo Junlin. Many people turned their attention over to look at the 3 beauties from the Kangyi kingdom, Lin Yueyao, Hua Zhixin, and Yi Lingxi. They were all beautiful, especially Lin Yueyao. Her looks were too outstanding. Many people had taken notice of her very early on. There were also females amongst the cultivators from the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom, but their appearance could not hold a candle to the 3 Kangyi beauties. In the past, the one piece you played for me at Donghai Academy is still fresh in my mind. The world, Luo Junlin smiled and then turned to look in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian put down the wine glass in his hand and lifted his head to look at the crown prince. Luo Junlin was still as he used to be. A face of arrogance. Even today, he still gave Yi Futian looks of superiority. He still thought Yi Futian was inferior in a joke. I take back what I said in the past. The piece is not suitable for you. Yi Futian smiled. It doesn't matter to me. The world known as the Nandu nation is too small for me, said Luo Junlin. It seemed that this was not where his heart was. His target was a world larger than just the Nandu nation. But let's talk about you. I offered you a great opportunity. If you had taken it and aided me, the things that followed would have never happened. Perhaps that's just your fate, Yi Futian replied calmly. They both spoke sharp words. Luo Junlin thought that Yi Futian should regret the things that happened, but Yi Futian said perhaps that was Luo Junlin's fate, insinuating he should be the one who regrets what happened. The people from the Yunchu nation and the Yan kingdom all looked extremely interested in the exchange between the two young men. Who would have thought things would get so interesting right from the beginning? Luo Junlin stared at Yi Futian. He then smiled and asked, "How about you play another piece today?" Yi Futian glanced at him once and picked up his wine glass for a drink. Ignored. Just then, several figures approached. Luo Junlin looked over and saw Minister Hua, who greeted, "Your Highness." "Minister Hua, is something wrong?" asked Luo Junlin. "No. We saw Your Highness here, so I came to greet you on their behalf," said Minister Hua as he pointed in the direction of the neighboring ayat. Luo Junlin looked over to see Yan Xiao leading a group from Donghai Academy, as well as members of the Nanda clan. They all stood there and bowed to him. Yan Xiao and Minister Hua were senior and junior brothers, so there was nothing to say about that. But the Nanda clan was just trying to get on Minister Hua's good side. "All right, I understand. Minister Hua should go attend to your own business. No need to worry about what happens here," said Luo Junlin. Minister Hua excused himself and took a look at Yi Futian before leaving. Yi Futian returned the gesture and his eyes followed Minister Hua all the way to the next ayat. There was something Yi Futian wanted to ask those people. "So you're the one emperor you picked for first place at the Fenghua banquet?" asked a young man from the Yan kingdom. Yi Futian looked at him and smiled casually. "I'm very curious as to how a 7-starred glory plane cultivator got first place at the Fenghua banquet," said a powerful cultivator from the Yan kingdom. "Guess I was lucky and looked pleasing to the emperor's eyes," said Yi Futian. "Do you guys believe him?" the young man from the Yan kingdom asked the Yunchu group. The extravagantly dressed young man from the Yunchu nation smiled. "Can't we just battle him to find out?" "Yin Zhan, didn't you want to test out the abilities of first place on the Fenghua rank?" asked the Yin cultivator. Yin Zhan stood up. Luo Junlin waved his hands and the dancers stepped down. "I am also a 7-starred glory plane cultivator," said Yin Zhan. He stood there, his large body exuding an invisible force, staring at Yi Futian. "I have stuff to do, so count me out," Yi Futian said. He put down his wine glass and stood up. He stepped out, away from his table, but he did not walk towards Yin Zhan. Instead, he headed out of the dinner venue. "What do you mean by this?" a person from the Yin kingdom asked. "Not interested." Yi Futian did not turn back to answer. "Is this how bad Emperor Ye's judgment is?" Yin Zhan asked. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi were enraged. How dare he question their father's judgment? Yi Futian did not stop. He continued on his way out. It was as if nothing here had anything to do with him. Many people narrowed their eyes at his silhouette. Was he hiding from battle or did he feel he was too good to battle? He was first place on the Fenghua ranks, so there should be no need for him to hide from battle. But to say he felt that he was too good to battle, wouldn't that make him really conceited? "Yu Sheng," from far away Yi Futian called out. "Do what you see fit." "Okay," Yu Sheng replied. Chapter 134. Yu Sheng walked out from the Kengi Kingdom group. Everyone instantly looked away from Yi Futian. Yin Zhan from the Yin Kingdom was very burly and filled with explosive strength, but when Yu Sheng walked out, Yin Zhan seemed to shrink instantly. His presence was overshadowed. Many people were shocked. Were these two blokes going to fight? "Emperor Yi is a nice person with a nice eye to match," Yu Sheng said, looking at Yin Zhan. Yin Zhan looked at this guy and smirked. There was a crack. He'd made a sound when clenching his fist, so it was obvious how strong he was. There was a low roar. A terrifying demon ox appeared on Yin Zhan. It was enormous, and his life spirit appeared behind him. It was a huge black ox. Yin Zhan was confident, but he wouldn't underestimate his opponent. "Where's your life spirit?" he asked. "For you." Yusheng scanned Yin Zhan. He hadn't released his life spirit for anyone yet, let alone Yin Zhan, who was on the same plane. Feeling the disdain in the word you, Yin Zhan stepped forward. The entire ayat seemed to tremble. Everyone felt something like a herd of demon oxen stampeding. Pound, pound, pound. The earth shook. Everyone's wine glasses trembled violently. The powerful aura shocked everyone. This level of strength made one think that even if there was a mountain before him, he could still smash through it. Yusheng stood there without moving. Then a gust of wild aura erupted from his body. He saw Yin Zhan advance and punch. It felt like a herd of demon oxen crashing into his body. Yusheng stepped forward. There was a loud boom and then he punched forward too. There was nothing frivolous. Their strengths collided directly because they could feel that they were the same type of person. Boom! With the crash there was no more suspense. Yusheng's fist smashed into Yin Zhan and crushed in his chest. The next instant, everyone saw Yin Zhan's burly body fly back, crashing into the crowd of people from the Yin Kingdom. Yusheng took a step. He crossed the space and grabbed Yin Zhan back. Hooking onto his chest, he raised Yin Zhan up with one hand. Everyone who saw this was shocked. His power was on another level. Don't overestimate yourself. You're all nothing. Yusheng scanned the Yin Kingdom's group and then hurled Yin Zhan into them. Yin Zhan flew and crashed into the banquet table. Some powerful cultivators tried to catch him and they all toppled over together. They were a bit dumbfounded. They were familiar with Yin Zhan's power, but he'd been defeated so badly now. It was humiliating. They could sense the 7-star glory plane aura from Yusheng. This was a battle of the same plane. Too weak, Yusheng said, a bit disappointed. Then he returned to his spot. The strong cultivators of the Yin Kingdom had dark expressions. It was the first time someone mocked Yin Zhan for being weak, but they couldn't say anything back. The people of the Kangyi Kingdom didn't find anything strange. They'd witnessed Yusheng's strength at the Fenghua banquet. Even people of the Dharma rank had to avoid him, let alone someone in the same plane. He could shake the Dharma but couldn't fly, and this was all done without releasing his life spirit. They didn't believe that someone as crazy as Yusheng wouldn't have a life spirit. He was just hiding his true abilities. As for Yi Futian, he didn't look back once he left. No matter if it was the Yin Kingdom or the Yunchu Nation, no one on the same plane could beat Yusheng. It was impossible. On another ayat, Yi Futian walked toward the table in the front. The people there were chatting happily. The atmosphere was much merrier than the strong cultivators of the 4 nations. After all, this group was different. Everyone was here to appeal to Minister Hua. However, once Yi Futian approached, the atmosphere froze and silence came. Their gazes fell on Yi Futian. They all knew who he was. They were Minister Hua, some people from Donghai Academy School of the Emperor Star, and the Nanda clan. Not only did they know Yi Futian, but they were enemies. If possible, they would definitely want to wipe Yi Futian out of existence. However, he'd come with the Emperor of the Kangyi Kingdom. If he could be killed, Emperor Luo would have done so long ago. It wasn't up to them. Furthermore, the strong cultivators of the Kangyi Kingdom were watching them. We haven't seen each other in 1 month. Seniors, you all look great, Yi Futian suddenly said, seeing everyone looking at him. The people all froze. He really had a high tolerance. No, because you're not dead, Minister Hua said straightforwardly without holding back. When Yi Futian escaped, he'd been terrified to report to the emperor. He was given a hard time despite being the minister of the nation. Oh, I'm sorry, Yi Futian said, smiling. Then he looked toward the Nanda clan and Yan Xiao's group. Where is Jieyu? A Nanda clan member suddenly asked. Didn't Minister Hua tell you all? Yi Futian asked curiously. Other people might not know, but Minister Hua should know. He was always by the emperor's side and interacted with the crown prince often. He was an insider. The Nanda clan looked to Minister Hua, who looked back coldly. What, you still care about that genius descendant of yours? Minister Hua, of course not. We wish she could be arrested immediately, the Nanda clan member quickly said. Arrested? Hua Jieyu is in the Kangyi Kingdom's palace now, given the title of princess by Emperor Yi, Minister Hua said. The Nanda clan's expressions changed fascinatingly. Hua Jieyu had become a princess of the Kangyi Kingdom? 1 month ago, the emperor had sent the decree to the Nanda clan, and they wished Hua Jieyu would enter the palace as the crown princess. However, Hua Jieyu was in love with Yi Futian and escaped with him. To the Nanda clan, Hua Jieyu was obsessed with an immature relationship. But 1 short month later, Hua Jieyu had become the princess of Kangyi instead of the crown princess of Nandu. The Nanda clan's position in the Nandu nation had become even more awkward. They were still jittery and timid to this day. How they felt went without saying. "You're not here to chat, right?" Minister Hua asked coldly. Yi Futian obviously wasn't here to chat. He studied Minister Hua and asked, "Where is my grandmaster buried?" Minister Hua looked at Yi Futian in shock. He didn't expect Yi Futian to come to ask him about a dead man. "I guess my senior didn't waste his life in exchange for yours," Minister Hua said indifferently. He glanced at Yan Xiao. This task had been given to him. "There's no need for you to know," Yan Xiao answered coldly. Yi Futian looked at him and then said, "Grandmaster liked the school of the Emperor's Star. He said that that's his home even after death. He should be buried there." "Blasphemy," Yan Xiao said coldly. "The school of the Emperor's Star wasn't a cemetery. It's okay even if you didn't do it. I'll settle the score for Grandmaster later, and let him return to the school of the Emperor's Star. If I can't find him, I'll just have to let the school of the Emperor's Star accompany him," Yi Futian said. With that he turned and left. Yan Xiao stared at his back, extreme murderous intent in his eyes. He just wanted to kill Yi Futian then and there. Yi Futian knew this because the feeling was mutual. However, they couldn't kill each other now. "Wait," a voice suddenly said. Yi Futian stopped and turned to see someone looking at him. It was Yun Tianhao. "I want to see your true abilities," Yun Tianhao said coolly. Yan Xiao didn't say anything. Ever since Yun Tianhao entered the Donghai Academy, he knew that the youth would become the most talented one of the academy. He was a talent blessed by the gods. He would definitely snatch the spotlight during this Tingfeng banquet. Yi Futian looked toward Yan Xiao and the school of the Emperor's Star. They seemed to anticipate their battle. "Yi Futian, Tianhao's talent is at your level," Yan Xiao said somewhat proudly. His eyes smiling slightly, Yi Futian looked at Yan Xiao and said, "Oh? Ask him how much of my true abilities he saw when he lost to me back then." Back then, he'd only revealed his talent as an inscriber. He didn't even reveal his mandate sorcerer talent. Yan Xiao gazed blankly at Yun Tianhao. He didn't know about this because the youth hadn't told him. That was before. The present is different. Yun Tianhao's eyes were cold. "I don't have time to play. If you want to fight, then are you ready to die?" Yi Futian asked coldly. Yun Tianhao's eyes sharpened. The strong cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star glared at Yi Futian as well. He was way too arrogant. "Seems like you're not as confident as you thought." Yi Futian smirked and turned to leave. Countless eyes watched his receding figure, their eyes frigid. Yun Tianhao clenched his fists tightly. He'd lost to Yi Futian once at the Qingzhou Academy. Then, he thought that he could surpass the other. When he came to Donghai City, he realized that Yi Futian's name was known throughout the city. He had twin life spirits and was full elemental. Though Yun Tianhao was proud, he wasn't completely confident. "Don't mind him. He won't live for long," Minister Hua said, raising his wine. Yan Xiao and the others looked at him and nodded lightly. However, they knew that if an emperor wanted to protect Yi Futian, it would be difficult to kill him. Even if he was outside like today, there were many powerful figures protecting him. A sneak attack was difficult.